continuance of the Tierra V appeal. Would you please join me in a salute to our flag? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was the sound of my...
Okay. I'd like to resume this meeting with just a really brief statement, because I think it's important. Public participation is integral to the CEQA process and ensures the review of projects receive the sufficient scrutiny and review that is necessary under the law. And to that end, I would actually like to thank Mr. Buckley for alerting the county to the inadvertent omission of a complete response to his comment. The continuance this morning will grant all concerned parties additional due process and protections to ensure the opportunity for input into this very, very important process. So I would like to briefly outline the procedures for this morning's continuance, and also acknowledge that if this board chooses to reopen the public comment to the errata, which I would encourage, that it will take a motion from this board to do that. And when we get to that point, if there are questions for County Council, she can address that. We will start with comments from County Council regarding Brown Act allegations that have been raised regarding this public hearing. Again, I want the public to be as informed as we can on processes that this board has undertaken. County staff will then have an opportunity to explain the errata and the responses to other issues raised thus far under public comment. The proponent and appellants will then have an additional 5 minutes each to address the errata. I hope after that, this board will see fit to, again, move to open the public hearing and allow for any additional public comments. Following that, the board will have an opportunity for questions, discussion, and potential action. So, at this time, I would ask County Council to start us off with addressing the Brown Act.
Sure, I was thinking Ms. Ryan could read the item, and then I will dive right into that.
Hi, I don't know if you can hear me, but I wanted to point out that Mary Beth Campbell has not been able to join, even though she is representing the appellants this morning.
Okay, we'll look into that right now.
She's waiting to be let in.
Allison, did Mary Beth use the link that I sent her so that she could automatically be let in? I just resent it, so if she could please try using that, that will keep there from being any errors.
Okay, I'll ask her to do that.
Okay, while she's doing that, will you please read the item?
(9 a.m. Terra V appeal continued. Item 1, site development permit SDP 18-003 to allow a lodging development that includes guest rooms, detached cabins, employee housing, a market, event space, and other support buildings. The project site is 64.04 acres and is zoned C-K commercial recreation and O open space by the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Item number 2, adopt resolution 116-20 to certify the final environmental impact report for the site development permit SDP 18-003, adopt the CEQA findings and statement of overriding considerations, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. The project site is located at 11262 Sawmill Mountain Road, APN 068-120-060 and 068-120-061.
Thank you. And actually, in order to make sure that we have all of the participants joining us that we need, Ms. Ryan, in anticipation that we will be reopening the public hearing, would you please read the public comment process?
In order to protect public health and the safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be open and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the board clerk has read the item. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public, and at that time, your call will be taken in the order it is received. The public comment time limit is, for each item, is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. Options for public access audio and video live streaming are 1, the Tuolumne County website at https://www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/745/board-meetings. Option number 2 are provided from Access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org. Click Watch Live, or you can tune in on Comcast Cable 8. Option number 3, Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155, or you can call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 987-3738-5155. Important public notice under the Governor's Executive Order N2520. This meeting will allow members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference, and under Order N2920, accessibility requirements. If you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581, and we have our public comment coordinator to give additional direction.
Good morning. My name is Tracy. I'm your public comment coordinator. Public comment will be accepted at 209-533-6581. All calls received will be placed on hold until the chair opens the public comment period, at which time the callers will have an opportunity to speak with the board in the order their call was received. When it is your turn to comment, you'll be notified prior to transfer to the live board meeting. If for some reason you are disconnected, please call back. The number should not be called to merely listen to the meeting. However, when you are on hold, you will hear the board meeting in the background. There will not be a way to determine the duration of the waiting period, as applicants, appellants, and board members will be speaking prior to public comment. We encourage callers to wait to call until the chair opens public comment prior to calling in. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. And I'd like to really just take a brief moment and thank both Heather and Tracy for their very thoughtful approach and assistance in accommodating callers for this series of meetings. Thank you, ladies. Okay, do we have all of the participants now joined in the meeting?
Is Mary Beth in the meeting now? Allison, can you see her?
She is not, she's not able to get in right now, so
I
we will
see
go ahead.
Boomerang Project. I believe Mary Beth is with that group. Is that correct?
With who?
Boomerang Project. I see that on our list here of panelists.
Okay, looks like it just showed up. Okay.
Good?
Mary Beth, can you confirm that you're in the meeting and you can participate when needed?
She says, it looks like she's in, but she's not. They actually can't get, they don't have a connection that's strong enough.
So there's a
So
connection issue.
I will
on
just,
our end. Oh, I'm sorry. A backup option would be to call in at that 1-669-900-9128 and enter the webinar ID.
okay.
To at
Say
least.
that more slowly. Sorry. 1669.
Yeah, 1-669-900-9128.
Okay. I'm just texting her.
Okay. Ms. Carrillo,
Sure.
can you please address the Brown Act questions?
Sure. CSERC and the law firm Shoot Mahali have alleged the board violated the Brown Act on Tuesday evening because after public comment was closed, the board recessed for close to an hour and then returned to inform the public the hearing was going to be continued until this morning. CSERC and Shoot Mahali misstate the law, so I would like to clarify what is allowed under the Brown Act versus what is disallowed. CSERC and Shoot Mahali state that in the announcement by the board chair that the hearing would be continued indicates discussions occurred between staff, the EIR consultant, and the board, which is what they claim is a Brown Act violation. They offer no evidence of any such violation, but rather speculate that it must have occurred in order for the hearing to have been continued. The Brown Act allows staff, members of the public, and consultants to discuss matters of county concern with individual board members outside of a public meeting, including with more than one board member, as long as the discussion does not include a majority of the board at the same time. The Brown Act prohibits staff and others from sharing the musings of board members with other board members. Any assertion that staff or the consultants are not allowed to have discussions with less than a majority of the board is a misstatement of the law. Further, the Brown Act does not prohibit staff from working with individual board members to determine their availability for a continued hearing. Now, moving on to what occurred Tuesday evening, I would like to provide clarification in order to provide transparency and halt any further misunderstanding about the matter. Additionally, Mr. Nesper from my office will get into more details about the process too. But at the high level, the board took a recess that was initially scheduled for 30 minutes. This was to allow staff and the board to have time to grab a quick dinner break before proceeding with the meeting. However, John Buckley of CSERC was the last member of the public to provide comment, and he asserted that the final EIR failed to respond to CSERC's comments. Staff and the consultants were not aware of this concerning information, so naturally, during the recess, staff worked with the consultants to review the final EIR to determine if the assertion was accurate. Staff and the consultants needed more than 30 minutes to review the final EIR in order to confirm Mr. Buckley's statements, which is the reason the recess ended up being longer than the initial 30 minutes. Ultimately, staff and the consultants determined Mr. Buckley was accurate, and as a result, staff recommended to the board chair that the hearing should be continued so that CSERC's comments could be addressed. A continuance would allow staff and the consultants additional time to prepare the errata to the final EIR addressing CSERC's comments. The Brown Act was not violated. Staff worked with the board chair to address the fact the hearing could not continue, that staff and the consultants required additional time to prepare the errata and to reschedule the hearing. This is perfectly within the scope of the law. Staff and the board are dismayed by the allegation given it is based on pure speculation rather than any credible evidence. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that explanation. And I just want to reiterate the events that took place happened as Ms. Carrillo outlined. We did take the break to have a quick dinner, and then I was contacted and did consult with Ms. Carrillo about the continuance. So with that, would any other board members like to make any comments with regards to process? No? Okay. Seeing none, going to move to, this Assistant County Counsel for any other comments that have been raised.
Good morning, Board. Deputy County Counsel Cody Nesper. As explained by Ms. Carrillo at the end of the public comment, at the last public hearing on this matter, John Buckley alerted the board and staff to a material omission in the responses to comments. During the recess in the public hearing, staff confirmed the omissions cited by Mr. Buckley, and this hearing was continued to allow this omission to be corrected through the preparation of an errata containing responses to all of Mr. Buckley's comments, which has now been prepared and presented to your board and made available for public review. This omission was an unfortunate oversight, and staff certainly understands frustration regarding the omission. However, there is no required time period under CEQA for public review of responses to comments to an EIR. And with the addition of this errata, which now includes responses to all inadvertently omitted comments, the EIR meets the requirements of CEQA. Staff maintains its position that there is no new significant information that would trigger the need for renoticing or recirculation, as some commenters have alleged, and therefore the board has the authority to proceed in its consideration of this project this morning. With that, I will pass it off to Ms. Yaley for the staff's presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, staff, and public. My name is Quincy Yaley. I'm the Community Development Department Director. We're going to do a presentation this morning to walk the board and the public through the errata that was prepared and published yesterday. At the conclusion of the discussion of the errata, staff will address some of the other items that were raised during the public comment period in the previous hearing, and then we will complete our presentation for the time being. So with that, let me share my screen with you all. And right off the bat, I'm just going to put the project description just to remind everyone what we're here to discuss today. And with that, I'm actually going to turn this part of the presentation over to our consultant, PlaceWorks, Steve Nowak and Alexis Mena, who are going to discuss the final EIR errata. Steve and Alexis.
Thank you, Quincy. This is Alexis. I'm hearing an echo. I don't know if there's something that could be muted, but I'll just keep talking if I sound okay to you.
You sound fine.
So as was discussed during the December 29th hearing, the issue was raised that one of John Buckley's comment letters was not fully addressed in the final EIR. Next slide. And so as discussed, PlaceWorks did confirm that indeed a large portion of what was called comment letter org 8 in the final EIR had been inadvertently not included in chapter 5 of the final EIR, which is the response to comments section. PlaceWorks also, after the hearing, while preparing the errata, double checked that all comment letters had been included properly, and we did find one additional item, which was an exhibit that was attached to comment letter pub 88 that had not been put into chapter 5. It wasn't a comment per se, but it was an exhibit that had been referenced in a separate comment. So that has been put into the errata as well. These comments, org 8 and pub 88, they were included in appendix K of the final EIR, but they had not been responded to in chapter 5. And so the errata, as we've said, was prepared to address these comments. I'll go through letter org 8 first. It was a letter that consisted of a cover email, which we assigned comment numbers org 8 1 through 3. And then it also had an attached PDF, which was 25 pages, and that was comments org 8 4 through 53. The cover letter itself had already been addressed in chapter 5, but the errata has been prepared to address the 25-page attachment. Two comments raised errors in the draft EIR, which the errata corrects, and if those are shown in strike through and underline formatting. One of the comments was that the incorrect maximum guest occupancy number had been used in two places in the public services chapter. It was in the police services section, and it provided the maximum occupancy of the main lodge rather than overall guests, including both the main lodge and the cabins. So that number was revised from 400 to 556. That revision didn't actually affect the conclusions in the draft EIR. As I mentioned, it was in the police services section. Staff had asked us to double check that it didn't affect the estimated demand for service calls that had been presented elsewhere in the document. That estimate was based on room count, not guest occupancy. It was in the fire services appendix, and it was based on the correct room count. So it was not affected by this change. The other comment that flagged an error in the draft EIR was a typo when describing existing conditions, east instead of west. So that was also revised, but does not affect the analysis in the EIR. Most of the remaining comments address issues that were already addressed in the final EIR itself. Those comments largely focused on water supply, wastewater, forestry resources, transportation, public services, and wildfire. So just like we did in the final EIR itself, where something had already been addressed in a previous response, the errata provides cross-references to the relevant responses, including master responses that appear in the final EIR. And so for the following slides, I'm going to address the comments for which the errata did provide a detailed response. One of the topics raised was forestry resources. The draft EIR and the final EIR do address the potential forestry impacts, and they identify less than significant impacts. One change to the information from the final EIR was just an update, which was that at the time that the final EIR was prepared, the site was still subject to a California Forest Improvement Program, or CFIP, contract. In November, that contract was rescinded. Another comment was about a section in the draft EIR. It's called section 1.5. It's a summary of what are called areas of controversy raised during the scoping process. As described in the draft EIR, the comment was that that list didn't include a couple topics. As described in the draft EIR, that list is not meant to be exhaustive. The commenter was correct in noting that forestry resources were not included in that summary. However, forestry resources were still analyzed in the draft EIR. The list also does address emergency services, which was the other topic raised in the comment. It just is worded differently. Another topic raised in the comment letter was vegetation screening, and a concern that vegetation screening would not be planted as densely as shown in the visual simulations due to mitigation measure WF2 in the draft EIR, which requires the landscaping plans to be revised for compliance with the vegetation management plan. That's correct. The draft EIR notes that and provides an analysis of potential secondary impacts to aesthetics associated with implementation of that mitigation measure. As discussed in the draft EIR, the plantings can be installed to strategically stagger the placement and heights of the vegetation to provide effective screening while meeting wildfire safety requirements. Another comment was on visual character and the hotel potentially degrading the visual quality of the site and its surroundings. This is something that is addressed in the draft EIR, which discloses that there would be changes to the visual character of the site. However, changes in character do not necessarily always constitute a degradation in visual quality. So what the discussion focuses on is that because of proposed vegetation, plantings, building placement and materials and heights, along with zoning consistency and general plan policy consistency, that the project is determined to sufficiently blend in with the natural environment in a way that the visual quality would not be significantly degraded. There was also a comment about cumulative aesthetics impacts. Those were also addressed in the draft EIR, which considers the potential cumulative effects of the project when considered together with 4 cumulative projects. The Yosemite Under Canvas project is the focus of the discussion, given that it's right across Highway 120 from the site. And then there are 3 additional projects as well that are discussed. There's also a comment about the wood stove usage proposed at Yosemite Under Canvas and potential air quality effects on the Terra V site. The Under Canvas EIR did analyze potential, emissions from the wood stoves and found that they would not exceed applicable air quality thresholds. And then more recently, as you're aware, the Board of Supervisors conditioned that project use propane stoves rather than wood. And so that makes this issue no longer a concern from an air quality standpoint. There were comments about water quality and contaminants from fuel on site during construction and operation. And that was included in the draft EIR hydrology and water quality discussion at both the project level and the cumulative level for construction and operation of the project. There was also a comment about the connectivity of the 2 on-site wells that were used in the pumping test. I believe there was mention in the document about the 2 wells being able to serve as backup for each other. And the concern in the comment was that if these 2 wells are connected to the same water source, that they couldn't serve as backup for each other. So the response clarifies that yes, it is likely that the 2 wells are interconnected, but they could still serve as backup for each other in the event of mechanical failure or structural failure. There's also a proposal for a suggestion for an alternate site to be analyzed as an alternative. We looked into this. There is an already approved project for this site, and there's an active entitlement that's being pursued by the landowners. So this does not make it, a feasible alternate location for this project. The draft EIR does analyze an alternate site, which was the SCAR site. The issue of this being leapfrog development was raised. Leapfrog development can generally be characterized by extending infrastructure to serve new development beyond the limits of existing improvements. This could be physical infrastructure such as utilities or roads, or it could be service infrastructure such as emergency response services. Both physical infrastructure and emergency response services are already provided beyond this project site to the east. So no extension of services or infrastructure is required to serve the project site because, again, they already extend to the east of the project, such as to Thousand Trails, Berkeley Camp, Evergreen Lodge, and Rush Creek, for example. So the concept of leapfrog development is already evaluated in CEQA. It's not, that phrase leapfrog development is not used, but CEQA does look at extension of infrastructure to areas where it doesn't already exist, or inducement of growth in areas where it has not already been planned. And so that was evaluated throughout the draft EIR, and it was found to be less than significant. And then lastly, as I mentioned, letter pub 88, it included a map at the end of it that was referenced in comment number pub 8802. The map itself doesn't have offer a comment. So as we handled other exhibits in the document, the response was provided, and it basically just provides a cross-reference to pub 8802, where the substance of that comment was already addressed in the final EIR. And I'll turn it back to Quincy now.
Thank you, Alexis. So staff is just going to go over a few other comments that were raised this week. One was a question regarding the consequences for violating conditions of approval, specifically related to the helipad, if it all of a sudden became used for non-emergency purposes. And in general, the county handles violations of conditions through our code compliance process, where if we receive a complaint, our staff does an investigation to determine what type of violation occurred. Ultimately, if there are violations of approval and there's a due process that is gone through and we come to the end of it, the board does have the authority to revoke a permit at some point in the future if if the violation was so significant. Further specifically to the helipad, it's also going to be regulated by the FAA and through Caltrans. So if there's any misuse of that helipad for a non-emergency purpose, those agencies would have enforcement authority as well. I just wanted to briefly touch on Airbnbs, as that was brought up several times during public comment. The county does not have a process to regulate, specifically regulate the Airbnbs or VRBO rentals. But one of our biggest concerns, especially in the community development department, is failure of septic systems for these types of rentals. And we've seen this throughout the county and other areas where the load of occupants during a rental opportunity exceeds the capacity of a septic system. And so code compliance can also take action if there's a legal conversion of structures in addition to undersized septic systems. But unfortunately, the only time we really get involved in an Airbnb situation, if there is a nuisance such as excess solid waste that's being left out, or ultimately if there's a failure of a septic system. So those are issues that we look at when we deal with Airbnbs in the county. With respect to employee housing, just as a reminder, the site's proposing approximately 20 units plus 2 units in the hotel, so minimum of 22 staff members that could have housing on the site, as well as the applicants indicated a desire to add off-site housing in Groveland. I'd just remind you, the scope of this project is a site development permit, which really looks at the site design of the project. This is a permitted land use. And the findings for the site development permit, just to remind you again, are to determine if the project's consistent with the general plan and if the proposed use will be substantially detrimental to health, safety, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood. So to require the applicant to provide off-site housing is really outside the scope of this specific requested entitlement. But the environmental review does analyze the impacts or potential impacts of employees traveling to or from the site, as well as other housing issues that are regulated by CEQA. Encroachment improvements, that was brought up several times. The applicant will be required to make encroachment improvements, such as improving lines of sight, and that will be handled through a permitting process with our Public Works Department and with Caltrans. We received a comment questioning whether or not, oh, yes, John.
On the encroachment improvements, that does include improvements to Sawmill Flat Road?
Sawmill Mountain Road, yes.
And to what level would those improvements be made to?
I'll generally speak about this, and then I'll let the consultants be ready to jump in if I miss something. But
right.
there's a level of service, essentially, or improvement condition that's required for that road to meet under the Forest Service road system, and it's a level 3, which is a fairly crude road surfacing requirement. And so through the permitting process with Caltrans and with the Forest Service, it's anticipated that that road will actually be improved to a higher level than is what is ultimately required right now, which is a level 3, which is a typical forest road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. There was a question about how the packet included draft Planning Commission meeting minutes rather than approved Planning Commission meeting minutes. Including minutes in your board packets is a routine procedure that our staff does. It typically can inform you when the Planning Commission is making a recommendation to your board. In this situation, your review is de novo, so you review the entire project, and while the testimony at the Planning Commission is a part of the record, the actual conversations are not necessarily there for you to judge whether or not they were good or bad. We always have audio recordings available of these meetings, so if there is a member of the public who's interested, they can obtain them. We have, since the Planning Commission provided those audio recordings to several members of the public who have asked, but it's not atypical for us to include minutes in your meeting packet, whether they are approved or draft. Several comments were received regarding the the change, I'll just say, of the wastewater treatment plant system. The staff considers this change from the proposed system in the draft to what is proposed in the final as a significant improvement to the project. And actually, the septic leach fields or the septic fields were not moved. It's the type of effluent that's going into those leach fields, which was improved from just a standard septic drain field to a tertiary effluent drain field. So it's a higher treated effluent that is being produced then into those leach fields. The system itself also moved from the east side of Sawmill Mountain Road to a building that was already proposed. So there's no new buildings that are being proposed to house this improved system. It's going into a building that we were already anticipating, but we are adding some additional sound attenuation measures to ensure that any noise is minimized. The last thing on this slide was water supply, and we have our hydrologists available to answer specific questions, but I've been asked, what happens if the adjacent wells go dry? And the way that you would determine if the Terravie pumping was affecting other wells in the area is to do drawdown tests. And this is exactly the type of testing that was done by the professional experts during the environmental review, and that data is provided in the draft EIR. These professional experts did a thorough and conservative test which looked at offsite wells as well as the wells at under canvas, and these tests demonstrated that the project can be served by groundwater and it will not adversely affect neighboring wells. I also was asked, this is small print, I apologize, but the list is long, and I won't read it, but I was asked about additional approvals that are required between your board's action and essentially the operation of the project. And this list includes things like local clearances such as grading, building, environmental health clearances, FAA approvals as we've discussed, permits from various wildlife and water boards, Caltrans improvements, or Caltrans approvals, regional water quality control board permits, as well as Tuolumne County ALUC concurrence. So this is not the last step for a project such as this that it will need to go through. In our previous hearing, I mentioned condition 22 with a request if your board should choose to approve the site development permit. I'm also requesting a change to condition number 72 to strengthen that condition with some more specifics about how that helipad has to be operated. This was at the request of Caltrans, which an email I received during the last meeting, and so I went ahead and incorporated those requests into condition number 72 to reflect their request. And now I'm going to turn it over to Cody Nesper.
Thank you, Ms. Yaley. I did want to address this morning some issues that have been raised so far in the public hearing. Clearly, this slide does not reflect an exhaustive list of every issue that's been raised, but these are a few that we did want to address. First, the question of the timing of any NEPA review that may be required. As Ms. Yaley noted in the staff presentation at the previous hearing, although CEQA does encourage agencies to prepare joint NEPA-CEQA documents for certain projects, it's not legally required. The different documents can be joint or separate, and there is no legal requirement to have completed any necessary NEPA process before the CEQA process is completed. That will be under the jurisdiction of the Forest Service, and it will be a separate process. Related to that, the use of the Forest Service road, there were comments that federal regulations preclude the Forest Service from permitting the use of that road for this project. Permitted use of the Forest Service road is not precluded by federal regulations. And as I mentioned, that process to obtain approval for the use of the road, including any necessary environmental review, would be under the purview of the Forest Service. The initial letter that alleged that federal law prohibited the use of this Forest Service road cited Title 36 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 251.51L6, which prohibits granting special use authorization for a Forest Service road under the authority of the Federal Land Policy Management Act, commonly known as FLPMA, for roads where such facilities are constructed and maintained in connection with commercial recreation facilities. This comment, when it was received, was reviewed. The federal regulations were reviewed. The comment was discussed with a representative, from the Forest Service, who opined that the contention was inaccurate, and that there is no, that there is authority to permit the use of Forest Service roads for projects like Terra V. It's important to note that the section cited in that comment, it covers the Forest Service's authority under FLIPMA, and the Forest Service has numerous other authorities to issue use permits for roads, and examples are provided in the EIR in response to those comments. The responses to the comments, for example, response 41-1 reference Title 16 of the United States Code sections 532 through 538 as authorities that would grant the Forest Service the ability to permit the use of that road. Moving on, there were comments regarding the Claremont Land Group letter. That is the letter that contains the proponents' arguments in response to the comments and concerns raised during the environmental review. It reflects the positions of counsel for the project proponent regarding applicable requirements for environmental review and the permissible scope of any conditions that may be placed on the project. Clearly, the county's position is that CEQA review through a full EIR is required and appropriate for this project, which is why we're here today, due to the discretionary approval of the site development permit. And it is also important to note regarding concerns of potential lawsuits from either the project opponents, the project proponent, or both, and the alleged risk of expending taxpayer resources related to such litigation. Throughout this process, up to and including the indemnification agreement signed by the proponent and included as part of the board's materials for this hearing, the project proponent has been and will continue to be required to indemnify the county from any and all claims, actions, proceedings, or liability arising out of the review or approval of the project. That will protect the county and taxpayer money from any litigation costs that may arise. Finally, moving on to the comments regarding the Kosovich appeal and the definition of an aggrieved party and whether or not that appeal was appropriate. The county processes all requests for appeals of planning commission decisions from any aggrieved party consistent with the county ordinance code. There are no specific rules or definitions of what constitutes an aggrieved party, and the county treats all aggrieved parties fairly without regard to their identity or affiliations. The county does not investigate particular aggrieved parties or make any judgments regarding the legitimacy of their requests for appeal hearings. If the aggrieved party files proper documentation, the appeal is processed in accordance with the ordinance code. That's what happened with the Kosovich appeal. And when Save Sawmill Mountain and Mr. Chapman also filed requests for appeal hearings, the county moved the hearing date to December 29th in order to provide the required 10 days notice under the ordinance code. Finally, it's not on this slide, but I did want to address the overarching concern regarding the alleged inadequate opportunity for public participation and reiterate the process that's been conducted up until this point. First, the initial project notification letter was mailed out on July 19th, 2018 to the property owners within 1,000 feet and stakeholder groups. Notice of preparation and scoping meetings were conducted in May of 2019. The draft EIR was released in June with a 45-day comment period provided as required by CEQA. We've had the Planning Commission hearing, obviously. We've had the hearing that we had on the 29th. The public participation opportunities afforded to the public in this process meet the requirements of CEQA. And with this continued hearing this morning and additional opportunity for public comment that I anticipate this board will seek, the public has been provided yet another opportunity for input. And with that, I'll pass it back to Ms. Yaley.
So on the screen here is your decision process, and while you review that, I just want to add one other thing to Cody's comments. Was I also received comments that the board should not allow or should dismiss testimony from individuals who either don't live adjacent to the project site or who live on Highway 108 or who live outside of the area. And just as we do in any process, any member of the public can comment on a project, provide information to your board. And it's our job as staff is to present all of that to you, and to limit comments to only individuals within a certain distance of of a project site does not follow due process. So just wanted to add that. And lastly, before I turn this back over to Chair Brennan, is again, your board today may choose to certify and approve the project, certify the EIR, but deny the project, not certify the EIR, deny the project, or of course send the project back to staff. And again, I'm supported in this presentation and this meeting by many excellent members of your county staff, as well as consultants who've been working on this project for over 2 years, who can answer any further questions you may have. Thank you.
Madam Chair, is this a time where I could ask a couple of questions of staff? County Council or Quincy, there was a lot of emails and discussions concerning this property not being properly zoned. And a couple of emails said that the board should not move forward to this property, they should rezone the property. Is that something that a Board of Supervisors is powered to do, to change the zoning on a piece of property?
Supervisor Gray, so I can address part of it, and if I miss anything, I'm sure Sarah and Cody will fill in. But in general, applications for zone changes can either be initiated by a property owner, or in the past, there have been county-initiated rezoning efforts. Those are typically been associated with more county-wide efforts when the department is recommending a zone change for ensure consistency with a general plan. And so those typically occur after a general plan update, where we might change the general plan and now we have we've created a zoning inconsistency for a property owner. That would be the time that, in my experience, the county would step in and do a county-initiated zone change. Otherwise, we generally would need the property owner's application in order to pursue that.
Thank you.
And my understanding is this property has been zoned the way it is for at least 17 years.
The zone change occurred in 91 because it was in a timber preserve zone. It's much like a Williamson Act contract, where it takes a period of 10 years in order for the new zoning to sort of be in effect, or for a property owner to be able to exercise the uses that are guaranteed under that zoning district. So that's when the last action was taken on the property.
And for the public's benefit, I just want to briefly go over how land composition is in Tuolumne County and look for your concurrence on this, but we look at just over 3/4 of the land base in Tuolumne County being public lands, and of the remaining little less than a quarter, I believe, 90% of that is in Williamson Act, or as you said, timber contracts. And so it's my understanding, and can you correct me on this, that something less than 3% roughly of the land in Tuolumne County is available for some form of development, either commercial or
Yeah, those numbers sound roughly accurate to me.
roughly accurate. Thank you.
One other question. You did mention the Forest Service road and the different levels, and is there someone on from engineering that could define a level 1 or 2 road versus the level 3 that the Forest Service generally would want this road to be improved to?
Sure, I'll list a couple of people and wake them up while they're at home. I know I've got Dave Ruby from Public Works on the line, as well as our environmental consultants, as well as our traffic consultants are here. So I don't know if Dave or Ken Anderson want to take a stab at answering that question.
Good morning. This is Dave Ruby. A level 3 Forest Service road is let me check the definition. Please stand by.
While he's looking at that, I can verify that, and it's in a lot of our staff reports, is that our correspondence has been with Tim Hughes at the U.S. Forest Service, and he's indicated that, what this road standard is required to be, which is a level 3 Forest Service road. But it was his recommendation that he felt that would not be desirable for the project, and that they would want to be working with the Forest Service to improve that road classification to a higher level in order to accommodate the traffic that would be going on that road. So that recommendation to upgrade that road came from the Forest Service.
Okay, would that be a condition that we would have to consider to be put on this property to make sure that it's brought up to a level, or is that between the Forest Service and the developer?
John, I can look into that while we're taking public comment.
Okay.
In general, we want to be cautious as a lead agency in setting conditions of approval that other entities have authority, the final permitting authority over.
I understand.
And so that would be that's my initial reaction to that. However, I can look into that during the meeting and at the conclusion of public comment, get back to you on that.
All right, thank you.
Dave, is there anything else you wanted to add at this point?
I can verify that in the U.S. Forest Service road maintenance levels, road maintenance level 3 is considered to be passenger car capable, but driver comfort not a consideration. Currently, Sawmill Mountain Road is maintenance level 3 road. From the beginning of this project, we've worked with Tim Hughes, the U.S. Forest Service engineer, to develop conditions for improving the road through the project frontage. The conditions of approval for this project do reflect those conditions specifically. And the Forest Service office asked specifically that the road be brought to current Title 11 standards that the county has adopted in lieu of forest standards. They specifically asked for us to look at the road in that light as the project goes forward. So we have done so, and a number of the proposed conditions of approval reflect those standards. I'd like to point out condition number 41, and which calls out Sawmill Mountain Road along the project frontage to be built to a minimum 10-foot wide northbound lane, 10-foot wide southbound lane, 4-foot wide paved shoulder on the east side, 2-foot wide paved shoulder on the west side, and be improved with a design section capable of supporting a traffic index of no less than 6.5 along the project frontage between State Route 120 and just past the proposed main entrance of the site, and to a lesser traffic index of 5.0 from beyond the main site entrance to the northerly property line of the frontage of the project. There's also another condition for the further development specifically of the shoulders of Sawmill Mountain Road. That's condition number 43, to facilitate pedestrian access along the frontage of the project. So working with the Forest Service, we've tried to address improvements on that road. And we also, working with the Forest Service, noted that a ongoing maintenance mechanism will need to be adopted pursuant with the Forest Service and according to their requirements. We aren't sure precisely at this point in time what that will be, but it will probably be some sort of a special use or conditional use permit through their office for the ongoing use and maintenance of that road segment. It's not a county maintained road, as you know, and we want to make sure that it is looked after appropriately.
Thank you. It looks like we have put a lot of thought into the improvements of that road for access. So thanks.
Supervisor
Chair Brennan, I
Kirk,
had
go ahead. Supervisor Campbell?
yeah, so Quincy, you touched on the requirements, you touched on the drawdown studies that were done for the well in the area, the wells in the area. If you could walk me through the process, what remedies are available to homeowners in that area if wells do run dry? I'll just give you an example. If we're, say 10 or 20 years down the road and the state experiences a drought similar to what we experienced in 2015, if I'm a neighboring property owner and my well runs dry, what remedies are available to me? How would somebody prove that the reason why my well went dry is because another well in the area?
So I can, tell you from a broad, course scale, and then I'll ask if our hydrologist on the line can talk about any other things that I might miss. But and I can speak to it, I guess, from past, is that if a well were to go dry and on any piece of property, the first thing that the homeowner would want to do is bring in a hydrologist to try to get some information about why that may have happened. I would assume, and this would be for any issue that would occur on a piece of property, and some other type of geological issue. And then I think it would need to occur outside the county process at that point, unless the board were to include some sort of program as a condition of approval. But at that point, I think, Ryan, would be a civil matter between two property owners, much as if there was any other type of a grading that occurred between two private property owners, or a grading project that impacted an adjacent property, or a drainage situation that impacted an adjacent property owner. That's, I think, the best answer I can give you at this point, short of any other type of requirement that that a developer or a property owner is required to meet or continue to meet through their discretionary entitlement process. So, for example, if their project is required to do landscaping, then they're required to maintain that landscaping over a period of time, and the county has the ability to come in later down the road if they aren't meeting their landscaping requirements, such as a condition of approval. So short of there being some type of legal action that the county could take in the future, it would be a civil matter.
Is it safe to say that this entire county, minus a very small little triangle down by Stan County, we're in fractured rock? And there's very little that can be known about water migration in fractured rock. I've seen instances where wells adjacent to each other, one well went dry, another well was very active, and a well way far away also went dry. And nobody can tell what the water migration patterns are in fractured rock.
Well, and I think actually, and what I'd like to do is ask Chris from Geoscience to step in and maybe talk a little bit more about what they found locally with their studies, and address this issue of which Supervisor Campbell has raised, which is what happens if an adjacent well in the Sawmill Mountain area goes dry, which I think is the crux of Supervisor Campbell's question. Chris?
Hi, good morning. Chris Coppinger, Geoscience. I am pulling.
Oh, Chris, I think you're muted.
How about now?
There we go. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. So I'm going to try to share a screen really quick, if that's okay. So this is a figure from the draft EIR showing the Terra V pumping wells, the monitoring wells, and the neighboring wells that were participating in the study. And these bright lines here are mapped lineaments that we've seen that typically correspond with fracture patterns. And so one of the things that we look for in siting and trying to determine what the flow of groundwater would look like in these fractured rock aquifers is a pattern of fractures that water can move through. And so to the supervisor's point, that wells that are very close to each other might not be pulling water from the same fracture system. During the testing, we saw that the monitoring well here and the neighbor well here were largely unaffected by the pumping of the Terra V wells here, whereas similarly distanced wells were impacted, this monitoring well and this monitoring well. So Terra V has proposed an ongoing monitoring of these monitoring wells during hotel operations to look for water level decline similar to what we saw during our pumping tests. And if we see a water level drop that is similar to those pumping tests at that time, arrangements can be made with neighbors to do direct monitoring of water levels in the nearby wells. So that way we have a little bit of a sentinel to see, is the pumping of these two wells actually lowering water level in the monitoring wells and then further impacting neighboring wells.
And just in conclusion to
So
Chris's
that's
statement,
a
actually,
propo-
Cody, do you want to add a little bit more about the situation?
So I just wanted to back up there. So the monitoring program, that's something that's proposed by the project proponents, but is that a requirement of the plan or something that's just proposed?
That's something that the, I have to defer to Quincy here, but that is something that the proponent, Hanshi, is intended to implement.
I guess the question I'm getting at is what is the harm of having an ongoing monitoring plan if what's being proposed here, if we're essentially guaranteeing that this project is not going to negatively impact neighboring well sites, what is the harm of having an ongoing well monitoring program if we're if the understanding is that there won't be an impact? I guess that's what I'm getting at. And what well monitoring program is in place in the current plan?
Supervisor Campbell, I'm gonna oh, go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, please.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, I think before Quincy and Chris address that factual question of this monitoring plan, what that plan would entail as currently proposed, I just wanted to reiterate the legal standards for any conditions of approval for this project. For any conditions or mitigation measures, there must be a nexus between the condition and the county's interest in the condition. The condition must be roughly proportional to the impacts from the project, and there must be substantial evidence in the record to support that nexus and proportionality. In this EIR, the experts did a thorough and conservative test, including utilization of the wells at the nearby under canvas project, and those tests demonstrated that the project can be served by the groundwater and will not adversely affect the neighboring wells. So while I understand the public's concern and the board's concern in this regard, I just want to remind and reiterate that any conditions that are imposed need to be supported by substantial evidence.
Thank you for raising that point, actually, because again, when I look at the land-based makeup and the proximity of this to, say, our public lands, and I know I have been involved in a lot of conversations which have a lot of scientific data that a lot of water capacity available is actually has a nexus to vegetation management on the public lands piece. And so I would point that out as an example of something that we don't have a crystal ball to know what that management would look like in 20 years, and yet it might impact potentially. Again, we can't predict with clarity what the future is and what may be those factors that would influence something. And so I appreciate the explanation on where we're at today and using that as a barometer of what, to the best of our ability, tomorrow will look like.
Chair Brennan, I just want to make sure I'm being really clear in answering Supervisor Campbell's question. And the question is, what type of monitoring occurs? And when the water tests were done, there's production wells and then there's monitoring wells that were done in order to, work to meet the standards of the state system. Once in operation, those monitoring wells that were used for the study are no longer monitored. And so the only monitoring that occurs is in the production wells that become part of the state system. So just to be really clear, there is some monitoring occurs, but if I'm reading between the lines of Supervisor Campbell's question, maybe not to the extent that he is suggesting.
So if I'm a property owner out there and I want to have the project monitor my well, that's not part of this plan.
That's correct, and that goes back to what Mr. Nesper talked about.
That would be something I would have to work out myself with the project proponents.
It's not a part of this plan because our environmental review did not show that that was warranted and that there was a nexus between continued monitoring of off-site wells and the operation of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, hi. I do have quite a few questions, but we're going to have public comment, correct?
If we have a motion by the board, which I am anticipating we will.
Okay. Then I'll save my questions for later. I kind of want to hear everybody first.
Okay. So if there are no further board questions at this time, we are going to afford the project proponent and the appellants an additional 5 minutes each to address the errata. Again, please understand that in the interest of fairness, we will be timing the comments and hold your comments to 5 minutes. And so with that, I guess I would ask if Mr. Bissell or a representative of TRV has any additional comments they would like to address.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. No, at this time, with respect to the errata, we do not have any further comments.
All right, thank you. We will move to the appellants, and Cody, can you assist me with, I'm looking for my notes here.
Chair Brennan, I think you can take the appellants in any order that the board would like. I don't know if they're already queued up in any particular order, and I would defer
Quincy,
to the board
will
clerk
you
that.
help me get them online, please?
You got it. So the first appellant is Claire Kosovich, and let me see if I did see her logged in earlier. Claire, if you are there, can you go ahead and unmute yourself? And if not, Chair Brennan, if she is not unmute herself, we can go to the next appellant, and I will just step out and make a call to confirm that Ms. Kosovich does not wish to make a
The
comment.
next appellant is?
Mary Beth Campbell, or Save Sawmill Mountain.
Mary Beth, are you with us?
Hi, this is Ellison Folk. I'll be presenting for Sawmill Mountain this morning.
Thank you. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Sure, and I will focus primarily on process issues that we've seen play out over the past, couple of weeks, really. And one of the key purposes of CEQA is to facilitate public participation in the environmental review process. It's to inform decision makers of the environmental consequences of their decisions. And ultimately, it's to hold public officials accountable for the decisions that they make once they've been adequately informed. And there's just no way that publishing an errata at 3 p.m. the day before the hearing provides an adequate opportunity to address the substantive issues raised in CSERC's letter and for the public to adequately understand and respond to the county's responses. And I think the back and forth that we just heard about the water supply impacts of the project and the difficulty of characterizing water supply in Tuolumne County demonstrates that there's still unresolved questions about the impacts of this project that should be addressed. There should at a minimum be monitoring of water supply. And yet the county's response to the adjoining property owners is basically, you're on your own if there's a problem. And this pattern of rushing through the process and doing everything that the county can to force the board, to force the project through before the new board is seated on Monday, demonstrates that the county has not provided the considered, unbiased process that's required by CEQA and state law. And I would like to address, the approvals that are at issue today. The county is looking at the site development permit for the hotel motel project. And while hotels and motels in general may be permitted in this zone, not any hotel or any motel is permitted. The county still has to ensure that the impacts of that project are mitigated and that the use is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and the site itself. And I'd also point out that this project involves apartments for employee housing, which is not a permitted use in this zone. Those apartments include kitchens, so they don't fall within the hotel use. And while this project absolutely needs to take care of employee housing because of its significant impacts on housing in the community and the other impacts that bringing employees to this community would entail on the environment, this is actually, the employee housing at this site is not a permitted use, and the county at a minimum would need to address whether the zoning permits it and what kind of permit is needed for that use. And finally, on the Brown Act issues, our letter was written based on what we saw. When the board came back, it seemed that there had been a discussion and a consensus reached to continue the hearing. We don't know what the board's rules of parliamentary procedure are, but that's what appeared to happen. And you may accuse us of speculating, but the reality is that we're all here looking, through Zoom. Many people can't see anything that's going on. The camera was turned off during the break, so all we can see is what happened when it came back, and it certainly appeared that there had been a discussion. And in that regard, I would request that all of the text messages and emails and Zoom recordings and chats that are present on a Zoom be preserved so that they may be subject to a Public Records Act request. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Duly noted. And again, I will reiterate for the public's understanding that I did use my authority as the board chair to have the conversation and continue this meeting. But
And I just also
Ms.
want to
Carrillo.
comment that the board procedures that are adopted by the board specifically allow the board chair to make that determination. So just to make it very clear for the record, is your board and your chair has the authority to do that.
Yeah, I did not ask for a vote of the board. I made the decision to continue. Thank you for those comments. Ms. Yaley, I just want to confirm that Ms. Kosovich does not have anything else that she would like to add.
She has no further comments today, so the last appellant is Mr. Matt Chapman, who last I heard was on the telephone.
Is with us? Oh, on the phone. Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I was told 5 minutes before the hearing I got 5 minutes to speak. I've just been related that it's errata. I haven't been able to see the errata, or let alone discern what's in it. I have something to say. I'd like to continue on with some of the comments made the other day, so I'm assuming it's appropriate. I'm going to go ahead.
Go ahead.
I've related the failure of SECRA review for the division of the Manly land occurred in a clandestine manner, and I want to clarify that failure to lawfully zone the 0.13 acre parcel returned to Manly that was not part of the 140 acre zone commercial. Now, you people seem not to grasp that. Now, both of those are projects under SECRA requiring review pursuant to SECRA. In relation thereto, I want to read something from a case, City of Carmel by the Sea, by the Board of Supervisors. Where a project has several phases, an EIR must be prepared which covers all phases. The agent simply cannot choose to prepare an EIR on a later phase of a project while ignoring an earlier phase. At the Board of Supervisors meeting on a certain date, it was evident that the supervisors were under the impression that the later EIR would suffice to address environmental issues which had arisen regarding the rezoning. The negative declaration adopted by the board, however, terminates environmental review on the subject of rezoning. A later EIR regarding a development project on the property would treat the zoning as a fait accompli and would not need to address either the density designation or the definition and demarcation of a wetland. Adopting a zoning ordinance with only a negative declaration on the basis that an EIR was being prepared covering the development phase of the project resulted in the omission of vital information by use of two mutually exclusive environmental documents. This amounts to a subversion of the purpose of SECRA. Now, I want to relate a land division that did occur on the Manly land. I've asserted it's unlawful. The 0.13 acre parcel returned by Caltrans was never zoned. It was never part of the 140 acres. Both of those require SECRA. That didn't occur. You're treating the development as a fait accompli without addressing those issues. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Now, switching over, I want to address the issue of the forest road. The enabling SECRA legislation relates that any federal permit or license is an integral part to the issuance or decisions under SECRA. You know, that's the enabling legislation, that it's integral, any permit or license from a federal agency. Let's see. That federal access issue has not been included as an integral component. The consequence of that unjustified practice is that this development is being approved without any assurance that the proposed access is even lawfully attainable. And and the lead agency assertions are speculative. I heard the county council. Everything he said about that is all speculative. The CEQA is being certified without the necessary review pursuant to that proposed access, and that's due to the deficiencies of the lead agency. Now, they seem to want to explain that away, but the enabling legislation, as CEQA, says it has to be integral to it. So I don't understand. There are a lot of excuses being made to disregard the letter of the law. I want to relate a few other issues that I brought up haven't been addressed by the lead agency. And some of that, they relate Sawmill Mountain Road as not a cul-de-sac. Within my submittals within the draft ER, I submitted records from previous proposed development up here where the county did declare Sawmill Mountain Road as a cul-de-sac. And I submitted that in the draft EIR. And no response from the county. There are a lot of issues in my draft EIR.
Thank you. I really do need to keep this at 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And
I would like
appreciate those
to
comments. Thank you very much.
15.
Okay. So before we move on, Ms. Yaley, do you have any thing you'd like to add from staff's perspective or?
Yes, thank you, Chair Brennan. Yeah, I would just like to add, with respect to the concerns about employee housing being a separate or permitted or non-permitted land use in the CK zoning district, under Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 17.31.040, Q, accessory uses and structures appurtenant to permitted uses are a permitted use, and the county has considered that employee housing as an accessory to the primary use. We make those determinations on a project-by-project basis, depending on the number of accessory or the volume of accessory or pertinent uses, to determine whether or not they would fall into a, quote, primary use or a supportive use. And in this situation, we have determined it's a supportive use and a pertinent use, although it was certainly analyzed in the environmental review document. And regarding Mr. Chapman's concerns about CEQA enabling legislation, I'm going to ask that our outside counsel or our inside counsel address that. But essentially, CEQA looks at the baseline situation when we receive an application, actually when the notice of preparation is published. So Cody or Tiffany, do you guys want to add anything else?
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
Anything else on that?
Thank you, Ms. Yaley. CEQA requires an assessment based on the baseline of the existing physical conditions, and that included the existing zoning of the property. The EIR is not required to look at any prior action or conditions and whether or not those were legal. And to reiterate, in reviewing these concerns raised by Mr. Chapman with the county surveyor, we didn't find any legal issues with the zoning of the property. So unless Tiffany Wright, who we've been working with as outside counsel, has anything to add, that's my response to that question.
Tiffany, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I will just add, I agree with Cody. As he correctly stated, CEQA does not require us to turn the clock back and look at a baseline that existed prior to the environmental review. And look at conditions that existed prior to the existing review, even if there was illegal activity, which we don't agree with. So the EIR correctly analyzed the project as proposed against the existing baseline.
Thank you. Okay. I'm looking to see if there are any other board questions, and I don't see any at this particular moment, and so I'd like to know if the board, by majority vote, would like to reopen public comment, and if so, I would need a motion to that effect.
Madam Chair, I would move that we go ahead and reopen public comment specifically for the purposes of addressing the errata?
County Council.
Sure. We believe that that is fine. However, we also know that the errata addresses a lot of issues, so we understand that the comments will probably be pretty broad in nature, and so it's not our intent to actually prevent people from speaking, but the goal is to help focus those comments.
Thank
And
you.
that was the intent of my
Okay,
motion.
knowing that the errata did address water and a number of the issues that have been discussed previously.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray.
I'd like to propose an alternative motion that we open public comment without any limitations.
And so Supervisor Campbell, just to reiterate, we are, in my view, splitting a hair here as the errata really addressed a very broad array, if you will, of concerns. Again, Ms. Carrillo, can you weigh in? I agree with you in that I don't want to stop public comment. And Ms. Carrillo, I'm looking to you to confirm that.
Sure. Our recommendation is that your board not prevent any comments from being made within the time period that you're going to allow, so 3 minutes. The goal would just be to focus them if possible, but again, if not, we're not intending to actually limit and stop people from speaking.
Given that, I will second the substitute motion.
Okay. So I am asking for a vote on, I would believe by then Supervisor Campbell to reopen public comment with a time limit of 3 minutes. A second by Supervisor Rotifer. Will you please do the roll call vote?
Supervisor Brennan?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk? Supervisor Gray?
Aye.
Supervisor Rotifer?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And at this point in time, I would ask if Ms. Ryan would restate the public comment process. I would remind everyone that we will have a 3-minute time limit. We will take a short break before we go to public comment, but in order to let people know what the process will be, will you please restate?
Public comment will be open and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the board clerk has read the item. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public, and at that time, your call will be taken in the order as received. The public comment time limit on each item is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. And our public comment coordinator for today will provide the additional instructions.
Tracy.
My mic on? Yeah. Public comment will be accepted at 209-533-6581. All calls received will be placed on hold until the chair opens the public comment period, at which time the callers will have an opportunity to speak with the board in the order their call was received. When it is your turn to comment, you'll be notified prior to the transfer to the live board meeting. If for some reason you are disconnected, please call back. This number should not be called to merely listen to the meeting. However, when you are placed on hold, you will hear the board meeting in the background. There will not be a way to determine the duration of the waiting period, as applicants, appellants, and board members will be speaking prior to public comment. We encourage callers to wait until the chair opens public comment prior to calling in. Thank you.
All right. We are going to take a 10-minute recess. And when we return, we will reopen the public hearing. Okay, we are back in session. And at this time, I am going to open the public hearing, reopen the public hearing. I would remind all of the callers that they will have 3 minutes to speak. And if you would go ahead with the first caller, Tracy. Go ahead, you're on with the board.
Yes, good morning. This is Steve Campbell. I'm a resident, homeowner, and business owner in Tuolumne County. I'm here to speak in strong support of the Terra V project. I hesitate to repeat what has been objectively stated over and over about this project, but the fundamental facts are worth reiterating. This project is consistent with the zoning which has been in place for some 30 years. This project has been reviewed and analyzed and reviewed again for over 2 years. Yet the county is accused of rushing it. Following such thorough vetting, the Planning Commission has convened, received public comment, and approved the project for Board of Supervisor final consideration. With that said, a few things are very clear. First, this project will only partly accommodate the considerable tourism demand that exists. It is needed. 2, this project will clearly contribute TOT revenues sorely needed by our county, now and well into the future. Third, and finally, it's also clear that the same naysayers who have always been here to attempt to shut down most any project are here yet again. No matter that it is consistent with long-established zoning, their methodology is clear. Review, review, and re-review paralysis. No matter how much the broader-based public desires it, no matter how much our county will benefit from it, they say no. I and many others say yes. I respectfully request your approval of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're on with the board.
Hi, my name is Bill Flannery. I'm part of the Save Sawmill Mountain. I'd like to ask that the board decline this EIR. And I'd like to expand on the gray water reclamation that everybody's so excited about. I just want to explain some things. I've worked on these systems constantly in high rises in San Francisco, and I don't think that they're sharing all of the work that these systems take around the clock. In order to remove black water and make it treated water, it needs a 24-hour monitoring system, which they did say have. And the law requires that somebody is on site that can fix that. So they do break very often. So my question is to hand you, or whoever's going to build it, are they going to have somebody on site that can fix that as it breaks? Because they're going to break. And then what are they going to do with the waste? Because it is considered hazardous waste at that point. How are they going to dispose of that? And where is the rainwater reclamation system? And why aren't they using that if they should be reclaiming rainwater? Why aren't they? That should be used for all the flushing toilets and everything if we're really trying to save water here because it's such a valuable commodity. Other question, grease disposal, that's a hazardous waste. Is there anything in place for that? Title 24 of California mechanical equipment says that all gas-burning appliances need to be 85% or higher. 98% is considered high efficiency. We're only 2% of carbon dioxide enters the atmosphere. That's kind of going back to the Under Canvas project a little bit, where they got rid of the wood-burning stoves, but they put in propane. But it still, I'm guessing, does not meet the 85% standard for California Title 24 of heating equipment. There's a gentleman that said that they need this for labor in the area. He's a union laborer, and I'd like to ask how many projects have actually been built by union labor for the hotel. I'm guessing not many. This is all going to be constructed off-site. I'd like to know where the prefabrication is going to take place. Because really all it's going to be for the area construction workers is putting a puzzle together. It's really not going to be that much work, unfortunately, for them. Seems like a lot of mistrust, and I understand that, but you're asking us to believe 100% that nothing was talked about in that hour that you guys took off, and I kind of agree, and I see the eye roll there. I apologize. But you're asking us to do a lot of open trusting on that. And if you record everything, why wasn't it thought to record that hour? Okay. Sawmill Mountain, the road, they're going to extend it. Are they going to extend it so it's a complete exit? Or are they just going to extend that portion? Okay, so the fire we talked about before, that was an egress exit road. So how are they going to do that all the way up
Thank you,
Ascension
sir,
Mountain
for your
to Evergreen?
comments. I appreciate that. Go ahead, you're on with the board.
Hi, my name is Schumann. I'm calling in support of growth in Tuolumne County with the TRV project. I've grown up visiting this area and would like to continue to do so, but as a single parent, it is often hard to find a place to stay my price range. I just can't afford places like Rush Creek or Evergreen Lodge. Campgrounds always tend to be full. And it would be nice to have something to stay in besides the campground. So I feel like Tuolumne County can only benefit from this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're on with the board.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Ben Gardella from Save Solomon Mountain. It appears that this process has been severely mismanaged. It is the last day of 2020, and you are again forcing this through a premature vote to approve a clearly flawed EIR for the TerraV project, despite its egregious procedural missteps. Numerous experts have found serious flaws in these hydrology studies, independent of TerraV. A 5-foot drop in water levels is a drastic sign of inefficient water use, inefficient water availability supply for any project, let alone this one of this magnitude. You, the county, has now set into motion a civil conflict over water access. Are we now just supposed to trust TerraV to monitor and do what exactly? Is hotel operations going to stop using groundwater if the groundwater levels drop to a certain level? The answer is no, and the impacts are clear. We have fire experts, including Yosemite Park Management and CAL FIRE, that have clarified that the park fire services will not respond to any fire along 120 outside of the park boundary. The EIR falsely asserts otherwise. This EIR definitely requires further review. We have not had sufficient time. You keep saying that it's been 2 years, but we, the public, only get to review what's been put in front of us. The development of the EIR and the reviewed EIR took many, many, many months of those 2 years out of the public review. We have nothing to talk about until something's put in front of us, and then the county gives us the exact minimum to review a document that's over 1,000 pages long. We depend on you, board, to represent the whole county and its residents. Please do the right thing and reject this EIR and send it back. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd just like to address the board in favor of the Terra project. I feel that all of the EIRs and everything have been in place and should have been reviewed like they were. And I feel that this action should be continued and approved. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Matthew Datar. My family owns a generational cabin on the Sawmill Mountain area, and unlike some commenters have said, it has never been rented out for an Airbnb, nor will it ever be. I wanted to address a couple of parts of the errata, and especially as the errata pertains to the work of the Planning Commission, not the Board of Supervisors. The errata mentions 2 points at least that were substantially not reviewed by the Planning Commission. The first is that the wells on the Terravee site are connected. This is information that the Planning Commission did not have when it reviewed the EIR and sent it to the board, and it should therefore be sent back to the Planning Commission so that the Planning Commission can review the complete information. Secondly, the Planning Commission had an estimation of occupancy in the hotel that seems to have been underestimated by about 100 people. That is extremely significant, especially when we're thinking about a mass evacuation situation, police response, and other kinds of emergency situations. So for that reason, I also think that the EIR should be sent back to the Planning Commission so that the Planning Commission has the full amount of information, and then it can evaluate this project and give it the time that it actually deserves. Finally, I think we've heard a number of comments today and some clarification about what the new septic system is. This is a septic system that has been available to the public since the Friday before Thanksgiving, if I'm not mistaken. So the draft EIR did not imagine a sewage treatment system. It imagined a full septic system. And I think it's pretty clear that there's widespread confusion in the public about how this is going to affect the surrounding landowners. And the reason for this is that the public has actually been given 1 month or less to review this entirely new idea of what the septic system is going to be. And so for that, I think that the EIR should be sent back to public for public review, because in fact, you cannot assess entirely new information in that amount of time. I urge the board to send this back to the Planning Commission or deny the EIR because it is very clearly incomplete and lacks a significant amount of information, and it lacks the time that the public needed to review this document. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. This is Susan Hayes. I'm speaking on behalf of my father, Gerald Cathy.
Yes.
Who is a longtime property owner on South Mill Mountain. Just to reiterate, it's our understanding that the Hoxie Hotel has been using a 27-year-old land study, which should not have any bearing on any of this due to the rim fire. We concur with all of Matt's comments that he just made and want to add that the EIR we don't feel has accurately assessed or mitigated all of the presented issues. There are many conclusions that have not been based on actual evidence via the proper analysis. This all needs to be revisited. The impact, while we understand the additional revenue that this project will bring, this development, we are more concerned with the impact to the environment, to the animals. Being up here since the 70s and generations upon generations prior, we enjoy the peace, the serenity, the wildlife that comes in. All of that's going to change. All of that's going to be pushed out. While we don't envy your position to weigh future tax revenue, we ask and beg that you put yourselves in our shoes and not only see, but feel how this proposed hotel is going to negatively impact all of the things mentioned. Our families, our environment, our heritage, the pure culture of the mountain and the peacefulness that it brings us. This is going to destroy it. Again, we understand the revenue it's going to bring, but it's not worth it to give up the peace and tranquility that we have depended upon our entire, like I said, generation upon generation. Thank you very much for giving us the time to speak.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're on with the board.
Hello, good morning, supervisors and to the public out there listening. My name's Matt McClintock. I'm a Tuolumne County resident. I think this project should be approved and will be a major benefit for the county and small business throughout. From what I have followed on the project, everything that seems to be required has been completed and meets requirements. I'm a local contractor and have recently been working in Sonoma County and also been a licensed contractor in Oregon, and can tell you firsthand Tuolumne County is very thorough in its inspections and process of building. I don't believe things will be looked over or missed in this process. I think a lot of people I have heard in the public comment don't want this project to go through due to it affecting their location or benefit or competition to the business in the area. Well, that's what happens to expand everywhere and throughout time. This project seems that it has been zoned correctly, and whomever is doing this project has done what is required of them, and it will benefit the county and should go forth. I kind of already said that, sorry. I want to thank all of you for making all of this public. I've really learned a lot about what has to go into a big project like this. Residential construction is hard enough, and I would like to let everyone involved in this project know I admire you for completing all you have done so far. It just amazes me how much you have to do and invest before breaking ground. Thank you, board members, for your service and all you put into this as well. On a side note, I would like the public and board to know I've mentioned I'm a contractor, but I am not involved or stand to gain anything from this. Once again, I want to say how much I admire those doing this project, especially in a state like California, and hope it works out for them and the benefit of our county and country. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Go ahead.
Thank you. As spoken before, many people have said the process in the EIR are deeply flawed, but it's curious this morning.
We've lost the speaker. Do we still have the last speaker, or do we need her to call back? Pardon? So Carolyn, we lost your audio, so if you would please call back, we'll put you in the queue. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Sasha Farkas. I live in District 4. I am speaking in favor of the project. I think being that the zoning has been in place for approximately 30 years for commercial use, I think the project is a good fit in that area. I have done a lot of work up the 120 corridor. It is very busy. Places to stay are hard to find, and I think there is a need in our county for more lodging for the gateway to Yosemite. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Bob Asquith. I live in Groveland, and I wanted to address a couple of items that were talked about, particularly the fire aspect of things. It seems to me that PlaceWorks wants us to believe that just by saying so, things are true. I don't think they've done their homework, and it's a misservice to the county. Either they didn't do their homework or they're misleading us. The exhibit that was shown at the last meeting indicated a number of fire services that would respond. I've submitted a letter about this, but basically Yosemite will not respond outside of the park to a fire. That means Terra V will not get Yosemite service. The Forest Service does not respond to structure fires, and so a fire in a building at Terra V would only get response from CAL FIRE, which is in Groveland. The estimate of the time for response is way understated. It does not include the time to drive a 40,000-pound fire engine from Groveland uphill to Terra V. It does not account for dispatch time. And according to the firefighters, if there's snow on the road, the times could double. It could take more than an hour to arrive there. And all of this assumes that the equipment is even available. I know the county is in negotiations with GCSD for their response. Those have not been completed. Also, the PlaceWorks analysis missed two fires that happened in 2020 that were in that specific vicinity. So speaking for those of us that live in the Groveland Pine Mountain area, none of us want to be the second 911 call. There are just insufficient equipment available. My hope is that the county will send this back as an inadequate EIR and have it done right so it includes this kind of information. That's my primary aim. One other point, I have been working closely with Yosemite National Park since 2012 to offload people visiting the park during the high season. So any comments that people have about how many more people need lodging along the 120 corridor and so forth, they're missing the point. Yosemite is full. At the current rate, current level of visitation, over 5 million visitors a year, there's no more room for people. And the Park Service has been working hard to keep more cars out of the park.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate your comments.
Yep.
Me back from the conversation this morning. I love hearing the conversation this morning because talking about the Forest Road and all the improvements upon the Forest Road that's going to be done. It's interesting because it's only Terra V's entrance that's going to be improved, and so let's actually talk about what that actually means. That Terra V will pay for an improvement of, a few hundred feet of road, but it doesn't change the road. It still is, it's just for their entrance. Why put a 4-foot shoulder for pedestrian passage? It only encourages foot travel to the private properties that surround this. It's not a mitigation, it's more of an invasion to those of us who are struggling already with how close this development is. Also, someone earlier said, if the state experiences a drought, hey, we're in a drought. We have been, and we will continue to be. It's the direction we're going unless something dramatically changes. The monitoring of the wells is interesting. I love that they would consider whether they're having a negative effect upon the locals' wells. Gene Pfeiffer at the last meeting explained and described how he agreed to have his well monitored in order to do the testing, and that as a result, his water has become, during the exploration, his water has become completely inappropriate for drinking, and it was negatively affected. It's not a good idea to open up a wellhead at any time because as it disrupts and contaminates the water. So as neighboring properties, we're between a rock and a hard place. I love the fact that if we agree to the monitoring, we place our water at risk. But if we don't and our wells run dry, well, they're dry and we have no water. Another thing is that considering the alternatives, I totally heard that the SCAR is under contract. Get it. There's another 88 acres west of Groveland, which should be considered because that has come up, I think, since the initial of the EIR. And so let's take a look at that as an alternative. I think it would fit much better. The other thing is, just on a more conceptual and moral basis, why do we have a Southern California developer coming north? Well, I didn't cut out there. I gave you a little pause because, you know what, Southern California has been completely overdeveloped. There's no place left. Hanji has been a part of an urban and suburban development and has contributed to neighbors there. Fantastic. The dollars that the county will see from the TOT from this one hotel is pittance compared to what Hanji Corporation and the Manley family will financially reap. But we don't need them. Let's send the Anaheim-based developers home. And the final thought is this. There are Assembly bills and Senate bills that are coming in that will prevent development in very high fire hazard severity zones. The most recent, just this month, introduced is Senate Bill 55. The bill prohibits the creation or approval of any new developments. And in that new development, the local municipality, the county, is held financially responsible for the fire protection.
Thank you for your comments. We do appreciate them. Thank you.
Changes are happening.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but I do, in the interest of fairness, have to hold everyone to the 3 minutes. Thank you for your comments. Go ahead. You're on with the board.
Good morning. This is Bill McMahon. We are down on Hardin Flat Road. Our property and our water will be directly affected by this Terra V project, as well as the proposed under canvas project. I hereby adopt and reiterate the comments of the Save Sawmill Mountain folks, and also the last speaker. And I would make one significant comment to you. Even if this EIR was adequate, which we believe it's not, but if it was, it only presents the minimum that has to be done to evaluate and mitigate. Why would the county be adopting a minimum in a very significant building site like this one? Why would the county be adopting inadequate mitigation measures without considering the cumulative impact on our resources, on surrounding nature, including the wild and scenic Tuolumne River? And I'm referring to something that the last caller was starting to discuss, which is that the SCAR down at Big Oak Flat is now under contract. So there's potential large-scale development happening down there, as well as the under canvas project across Highway 120 from Terra V. So now, seemingly overnight, we have 3 significant projects that are seeking approval. As one of the prior callers noted, Yosemite National Park itself is being loved to death, and it's full. That's the position of all of us neighbors of these projects. We are full at this point. We have basically no room and no resources for large projects like this. And the EIR, when it comes to public safety, is inadequate. It doesn't take into account the other projects, nor does it even take into account the reality of recent fires and the evacuations that were they were disastrous. And can you imagine how much more disastrous those evacuations would have been if people's lives were, if there was a loss of life, for instance, in those fires that could not be escaped? One of the supervisors said at one of the under canvas meetings, he said, look, our philosophy is essentially, you build these projects and then the public services will follow. Well, that's clearly backwards, and that's emblematic of the approach of this board. There was another supervisor, I don't know who it was. Hopefully it's one of the ones that is leaving after today. But he scolded us objectors saying, well, we should have just purchased the property ourselves.
Thank you for
to
your
avoid
comments. We do have to hold to the 3-minute time limit, so thank you for those comments. Go ahead.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Nancy Constantino. I've just learned that when the 260-plus page errata was released last night, portions of my letter were omitted from the FEIR. The county should have notified me and should postpone any action to certify the EIR until there's been ample time for review. It's incomplete and not ready for certification. In the last meeting, I mentioned that Caltrans had called for 7 separate NEPA clearances that have not commenced. I mentioned the Water Quality Control Board, also requiring several Clean Water Act evaluations. All of this information needs to be available to review before critical project decisions are made. Why approve something that may not ultimately be possible? The most egregious error relates to the inaccurate and misconstrued assumption regarding the use of Forest System Route 1 SO3, which is the only access to and from the Sawmill residences. I can't get into the specifics in my 3 minutes now, but the information just discussed by Mr. Nespor is incorrect. Federal regulations prohibit the forestry from authorizing the route for commercial use. The county staff asserted Tuesday night it's not necessary to perform NEPA and CEQA together and stated it is adequate to finish NEPA after CEQA, but that argument doesn't hold true in this case. The applicant is deriving their design and layout for the hotel based on unauthorized use of the forest route. A NEPA study will conclude that an alternate project layout be prepared with access solely from 120 because the current design has incorrectly assumed the route as dedicated ingress and egress. It's premature to approve an unrealistic design that will dramatically change in scope and consequently cannot move forward as proposed. A related problem is that the EIR determines the environmentally superior alternative as the no project alternative. CEQA guidelines state that another alternative must be identified when this occurs, but the FEIR has not provided one. As the applicant's consultant pointed out the other night, the lack of a feasible project alternative is reason alone to revise and recirculate the EIR. The runner-up option is the reduced footprint alternative. However, the reduced plan is also reliant upon dedicated use of ISO3, which is not viable. How can any decision be rendered when there is not an actual legitimate hotel design to approve? Certification of the proposed FEIR is not a valid consideration at this point based on the lack of required reports, missing information, and a current hotel plan that is unattainable. I urge you to deny the certification until requisite studies and alternative designs have been completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Louis Rivara. I believe that legitimate concerns about a weak FEIR are being downplayed or ignored. The line of questioning by the supervisors seems to demonstrate that the supervisors are locked in on approval of Terra V. All that appears necessary is for county staff and the applicants themselves to respond plausibly to any objections raised. So today, I'd like to focus on my greatest concern, wildfire, which I believe is a huge understated risk in the EIR and not adequately mitigated. 7 years ago, not far from Terra V, we had the rim fire. It burned up to my property line on Hardin Flat. In total, approximately 402 square miles were burned. This area was lucky. No one died from the fire. There were just 10 confirmed injuries. Approximately 100 structures were damaged. In contrast, 4 years ago at Great Smoky Mountains National Park in Tennessee, the Chimney Tops 2 fire broke out in late November. It was started by a couple of teens with matches. People there weren't so lucky. They only lost about 27 square miles as compared to our 402. However, 14 persons died. 190 were injured. More than 2,400 structures were destroyed. The destruction was quick, much of it in less than 12 hours. 25% of the people surveyed say they had no warning. Risk was underestimated. Radio frequencies and channels were overloaded. The rain arrived and helped them out around 2 a.m. in the morning. The fire chief in Gatlinburg said by this time it was clear that this was something only God could stop. The point in this comparison is that fire is unpredictable and extremely dangerous. Many here today probably don't know that those that have fire retardant roofs and have cleared brush typically hang around longer during a fire than they should. And when there is heavy smoke of long duration present, people actually assume conditions are safer than they are. Conversely, when a fire escape plan is developed in an area in advance, lives are saved. Traffic congestion, for one, is not adequately considered in the EIR. Several in Tennessee were forced to drive through blinding smoke and flames to get out. As a result, this year in September, the National Institute of Standards and Technology released a study of the Chimney Tops 2 fire. But I doubt that was anything that anyone in this room looked at or is aware of. I believe there's more to learn and better mitigation efforts around fire, for one, that can be provided. I believe, as proposed, this is a lousy project without more substantial risk mitigation efforts. The FEI skirts over serious issues in a number of areas. This is on your shoulders. It does not protect and serve the people well. Please reject the EIR and send it back for further study. Thank you for your time, and I do wish you all a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Eric Stegerstrom, and I am president of Tuolumne County Association of Realtors. And today I'm speaking on behalf of our 280 local members. I am speaking in favor of the project. We believe this project has been thoroughly and adequately vetted. As mentioned before, the property fits the intended use, and the zoning has been in place for 30 years. In addition, this provides economic development for the future of the county and jobs that are much needed. We believe that we need to continue with economic development to provide the kind of jobs for future generations, and this project is one step towards that. And finally, this project will provide much needed tax revenue in order to address the budget crisis that we all know we face. So for these reasons, again, I speak in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Tim Hutchins. It's my longstanding belief that the preponderance of government's malfeasance in California is found at the county planning and land use level, particularly where planning commissions are appointed. In light of the hurried approval process for these developments, where both the planning commissioners and the supervisors dismiss the overwhelming objections of residents and their concerns, it's time for Tuolumne County to make some changes. Hurrying through approvals before certain board members are replaced is how we ended up here with today's quick fix errata and votes from supervisors who only have 12 hours left on their terms. Are you folks proud of this process? Planning commissioners need to be experienced, qualified professionals, not appointees of the County Board of Supervisors. There should be no pathway for any retired supervisors to become planning commission members. Residents deserve a land use decision process that's open and honest. Neither Terravie or the Under Canvas projects have come anywhere close to meeting that goal. County staff ascertains that none of the document releases were timed to overwhelm the public's ability to read and comment. This is false. Clearly they were. How many requests for more time did county staff deny for both projects? Apparently the supervisors and staff are fine with the Manley family's clumsy use of a person with no standing to file a bogus appeal because no one's spoken up to condemn it. Serious omissions have occurred with incomplete documents and changes for both projects, DEIR and FEIRs. Let the incoming board clean up this mess, as current board members have no credibility. The letter from Terravie's law firm sure seems like they're threatening to sue the county. Apparently, there's a constitutional right to push through unwanted developments in rural counties. So the result of the county's rush process is two lawsuits, one from the developer and one from the project opponents. Commission members actually listening to residents and denying approval could have avoided this outcome. The very first question that any commissioner asked was, how much TOT tax will we get? But I guess that's what you get from your commission of non-professional appointees. So I'm asking you to do the right thing and delay today's vote. Recirculate the FEIR, let the incoming board clean up this mess, and have them decide the fate of the proposed development. This hurry up to approve doesn't just look like bad government, it is bad government. And let's hope for a better in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Husby, and I'm a Tuolumne County resident. When I previously spoke very specifically about the EIR matters concerning the Under Canvas project, I was deeply saddened to see how little public comments during that process appeared even to resonate with the Board of Supervisors, almost as if public distress was falling on deaf ears. Moreover, on Tuesday, I voiced my understanding that when county supervisors hold a public hearing, it is important for them to listen to the testimony and to actually consider carefully the points raised by the public. One concern that has been stated repeatedly during this hearing process by many speakers is that holding a rushed hearing on the advocacy of the Tier V final EIR at this time is neither reasonable nor fair to the concerned citizens. For many of us, not only do we have to spend countless hours dealing with the huge final EIR for the Under Canvas project, and then start digging through the final EIR for Terra V, but we've also had time demands for the holidays, as well as the additional stress of stay-at-home restrictions as the pandemic has spiked both in the state and locally. For the board to be holding this continued hearing today on New Year's Eve day is truly representative of the narrow, predetermined focus of the board on giving outgoing supervisors a chance to approve this controversial project, lending no credence or forethought about the concerns of your represented voting citizens or the lack of reasonable time provided to the county residents to fully read through the final EIR and to provide thoughtful commentary with the same amount of time allotted to the preparation of the final EIR. The new last-minute errata and the response wasn't even available for the public review until almost 3 p.m. yesterday. How can the board be holding a reopened public hearing based on the errata when the public hasn't had time to reasonably read and compare it to the final EIR? I respectfully urge the board to pause, reflect on the concerns of your representative citizens of the great Tuolumne County, and to stop attempting to rush approval in order to please an out-of-county, big-money developer, and to instead allow county citizens to have adequate time to complete a fair and thorough review of the final EIR and the new errata. This hearing should not even be restarted until at least we get past the start of the new year and people have time to focus accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Gene Piper, and we've had a cabin up here for over 50 years. I opposed it in 1991, but it was rezoned without addressing all the issues. As a long time has passed since the 1991 rezoning, it doesn't make it right. But I want to address the water issue. About the testing, I was told that our well affected the monitoring wells, but when they did their testing, our well wasn't affected as much. It still shows that we are all connected somehow underground in the fractures. And also, the errata did not address the problem with the bad taste in our well after the testing was done on our well. What happens in the future with other wells have the same problem. And also, there's so many issues that I feel have not been resolved. So, you really need to do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Let me know when I should go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Lucy Schwally. First, I want to thank you for making the prudent choice in delaying the EIR certification vote on Tuesday. This was an important step, and all of the public appreciates it. Second, I would strongly encourage you to send the EIR back to staff and the Planning Commission for a more thorough review of Mr. Buckley's comments and the FEIR's responses. Any vote that the Planning Commission took to approve the FEIR is now fundamentally flawed, as it did not include Mr. Buckley's comments or the EIR's responses in the errata. While you, Board, your review of the FEIR is a de novo review, it is clear that the Planning Commission is an important step of CEQA review, and it's now clear they did not have a complete picture of the project and concerns. Additionally, the public has had less than 24 hours with the errata. You can see that the errata, while lengthy, is largely formulaic and non-substantive to the concerns. More time should be spent responding to Mr. Buckley, a very important stakeholder's comments. Given the current zoning of the property, this project is likely to move forward at some point in the future. It is clear now, however, that if the board approves this version of the FEIR, it will result in a messy, expensive legal battle for the county, which will almost certainly result in the EIR being sent back. In Latham & Watkins, a large law firm's year in review for CEQA cases, they report that in 2019, public agencies did not prevail in a single case in the 5th District Court of Appeals, which is exactly where this case, where Tuolumne County's appeal will eventually land. Any future tax revenue you're looking at will be eaten up by the legal cost of defending a lawsuit, which will likely also take years. Why not do it right the first time? I would recommend, denying certification of this EIR because of the insufficiencies in the process, and send it back to Ms. Yaley and the Planning Commission to correct the errors, get meaningful public participation, and resubmit. Approving the FEIR now would be short-sighted and will cost the county significant money. Please don't let that be your legacy as a public official. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Ellie Owen.
Go ahead.
Would you please mind turning down your listening device? We're getting a lot of feedback and we can't hear you clearly. Miss? Can you hear us okay? Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry about that. This is Ellie Owen. I did not have time to read the errata. Quincy mentioned that the two wells have the same water source. If one well fails, will the remaining well be able to provide enough water for fire protection with only half the amount of water? Is a question that I have. Also, theoretically, from what Quincy said, if the board permits this massive development and my well goes dry, I will have to hire a hydrologist and an attorney to remedy this wrong. I suspect the Hanchi Corporation will have unlimited resources to fight me in court. Some have said we cannot predict water availability, but I say that's why we have hydrologists. With climate change, more droughts and fires, we can predict this. Yeah. Lastly, some of you may remember the Jamestown gold mine. Many of the wells in the neighborhood near the gold mine did go dry. And then, as some of you may remember, the gold mine folks went back to Canada, leaving a huge toxic mess. Patricia Elliott is also wanting to speak.
Thank you.
Hello?
Go ahead, Patricia.
The following people who do not live in Sawmill Flat are adamantly opposed to the Terra V development. Ellen Beck, Tom Beck, Pat Cervelli, Kathy Malloy, Peter Young, Robert Hone, Sharon Coolidge, Tom Coolidge, Merrill Soto, Patricia Harrelson, Cindy Nixon, Thad Waterbury, Nan Goodart, Wendy Pound, Matthew Buckley, Cindy Dodge, Jan Torpy, Kathleen Lorimer, Don Leitzel, Elizabeth Doherty, Michael Millard, Anita McLeod, Jack Wilmer, Patricia Rowe, Bradley Horn, Francis Horn, Suzanne Fraisler, Marilyn Fulham, Chelsea Garcia, Jessica Garcia, Jacqueline Dennis, Fred Dennis, Dr. Lawrence Marham, Dr. Elizabeth Marham, Richard Haratani, Maureen Haratani, Carol Critch, Michael Critch, Vonnie Breeze Martin, Sylvia Nestor, Keith Zenobia, Michael Malloy, Tara Stetz, Jim Lundeen, Eve Kelly, Matt Nolte, Aaron Rush, Connie Brown, Chris Barsanti, Jenny Moiso, Lisa Kingman, Cherry Morgan, Jen Edwards, Doug Edwards, Patricia Elliott, Ellie Owen, Travis Pickett, Lisa Kelly, Bill Kelly, James Pluff, Melissa McKenzie, Georgia McKenzie, Bob Mailer, Wendy Archer, Kathy Seaton, Dodie Hart, Rob Hirsch, Regina Hirsch, Don Fall, David Fall, Kathleen Williams, Ellie Whistner, Linda Downing, Dwayne Downing, Angelina McClellan, Guy McClellan, Morrison Whistner, Ron Lopez, Joy Lopez, Lane Hackett. Thank you for allowing me to read these names.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Paul Schwartz. I've lived on Hardin Flat Road for 33 years. I'm a full-time resident, not just a come up here. I live here 365 days a year. My well has already been destroyed because of what's going on up here. The culvert systems and everything else, once they clear-cut the property up there for the Terra V site, the water that came down, the culvert system was not able to handle it, and it destroyed my whole well. I had water coming into my front yard underground because the culvert systems up here do not work. Also, the wildlife up here has diminished drastically because of all the people that come up here now. And all the other projects up here that are being expanded, Berkeley was given a double land grant and a huge water tank to put in. I don't know where they're going to fill that from, but probably from the river. And the other problem is the fire hazard up here. There's been more fires up here than have been reported. Working at Berkeley Camp for 17 years, I put out 6 fires myself at the camp, which were never reported to anybody. So I can tell you right now there will be more fires up here, especially if you have kids in the campground and stuff like that. I contacted a guy named William Snyder. Talked to me at first about my water problem. If more water comes down because of the clear cutting done up there and to clear the site and everything, that my utilities and my bridge will be wiped out. And then when I told them about my well already being destroyed, and I went to the county and talked to them about it, everybody just kind of just dismissed me and wouldn't give me any help. I was told to hire a lawyer and hydrologist and all kinds of other people to try and figure out what went wrong with my well, but it's pretty obvious what happened. It's because of failed systems up here that have been put in place and been allowed to continue for years and years, and nobody realized what was going on. And I believe that's going to be the same thing that's going to happen up here. They're going to just go ahead and push this site through without really caring about what's going to happen to the people down below or in the immediate area. I've tried to talk to other people about this, and nobody will even, they don't want to hear about me because I got a failed system already. So I've been just dismissed completely from the whole project. And I think they need to, the county also put in when NACO put in their sewer system, they were allowed to put in a sewer system over an existing creek bed, and they moved the creek to the other side of the road. Well, that just doesn't work because eventually that sewer will leak back down into the sewer system and get into the river, which it's doing already. They said they've already found fecal matter in the river, and that means it's going to even be worse when you put in all these sites, and then our wells are going to be just ruined. I was
Thank
told
you for your comments. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Cherie Williams, and I run a campground on the 120. And I would like to go on record saying that, you know, people are going to come up, and it's better to give them a place to stay opposed to them going out there and not knowing what to do and build their own fires. And it's just better to have a place for them to go. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Michael McKegg, and I just want to say that I'm in favor of the Terra V project. I feel that it would be a great asset to the county. I do understand that the neighbors may have to adjust, but the county just needs to keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Wheelis, and my father-in-law, Charlie Gardella, built our family's cabin in the Sawmill Mountain residential tract in 1972. 2 nights ago, Gene Pfeiffer told you that the first time he visited Sawmill Mountain was as an infant in 1941. That's about the same time my 9-year-old father-in-law first camped up here. When Gene grew up, he became an electrician, and in 1970, he and his brother built the first 2 cabins since the 1948 homestead on Sawmill Mountain, and let their friends and fellow tradesmen know about this newly parceled out homestead at the gates of Yosemite surrounded by timber. That's how the Lopes, the Cathys, the Kuklishes, the Sheets, and the Gardellas came to build their cabins. Bill Kuklish was a union cabinet maker, and his apprentice, Sam Flannery, bought an existing cabin up here. To give an example of how these houses were built, when my father-in-law built our cabin in 1972, it was framed by Bill Kuklish, wired by his friend Ray Sheets, and plumbed by Sam Flannery's brother, who was a plumber. This is all to say that the cabins up here weren't bought by the people who owned them. They were built by the people who owned them, with the help of their neighbors. And on the 5 occasions since 1966 that a house in the Sawmill Tract has come up for sale. The people who bought already had a history on Sawmill Mountain. Mary Beth Campbell bought the Kuklish place in 2008, but the first time she stood inside it was 23 years earlier when it was newly built. She had been visiting the Pfeiffers up here since 1977. The community of Sawmill Mountain is not a tract of luxury second homes and anonymous neighbors. It is an intentional community built by a group of friends, working-class tradesmen who had a modest dream to vacation and grow old down a gravel road from each other. For over 50 years, these dozen families have celebrated holidays, coordinated vacations so that our kids could play together, and taken each other's children to the river in the summer and to Crane Flat and Badger Pass in the winter. We've helped each other with problem bears, plumbing emergencies, and widowmakers, and now we're helping each other with the biggest problem we've ever had. We pool our resources to maintain our roads and our forest. We keep an eye on each other's homes. We've attended each other's weddings. Together, this community gritted its teeth through the Ackerson Complex fire and the Pilot fire. And together, we surveyed the devastation after the Rim fire. Do you know how many of us threw up our hands and left after that fire? Zero. None of us. Because we don't just love our property. We love our neighborhood, and we love our neighbors. You will not find any 12 neighboring cabins so closely connected by personal history anywhere in Tuolumne County, and we cannot be transacted out of existence. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Martine Rivara, and Happy New Year to all of you. I own property on Hardin Flatten Road. I will be speaking about the fire and the environment. Right now, I feel the county is playing Russian roulette with other people's lives. Gross deficiencies in the FEIR regarding fire services and damage to the ecosystem are significant. The authors glossed over availability of fire services to lead you to believe they are adequate to handle every emergency. Fire-related services availability were grossly overstated that would be available in a fire emergency. Is the county and Terra V going to give disclosures to hotel guests about fire risks they know about but are not divulging? The county's own study in 2019 regarding fire services said in an emergency or multiple emergencies, the services are inadequate. This was before Under Canvas and Terra V were approved. Not adequate. Those are big words for water. Not adequate. Escape routes. Not adequate. Emergency services. Not adequate. That's an important point. Postpone this approval in order to get complete and accurate information before you move forward. Before you learn the approval was a mistake, get all the facts and let them speak for themselves as to the development. Before you go so far along, it is difficult to turn back. What is best for the county? There is no hurry in light of inadequate, incomplete information. Please do the right thing. Make the right decision. As alleged by Claire Kosevich, the fiance of the member of the Manley family, who stated in her false appeal, we were objecting because of self-interest. That is simply not the case. I am not objecting to these projects for my own self-interest. That never occurred to me. I am objecting because the FEIR is incomplete and wrong and cannot make it, and you cannot make a decision with that information. I am objecting out of concern for the safety and risk.
Comments. Unfortunately, I do have to hold everyone to the 3-minute timeline. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lee. Supervisors, you clearly and unfortunately can't comply with your obligation to independently review environmental documents and consider public comments if responses to comments are still being prepared during the brief continuance of the public hearing of the project. That said, if you do nothing else, please read the entirety of John Buckley's response to the errata, which he heroically worked late into the evening on, given the errata's 3 p.m. release. First, the Planning Department somehow does not initially receive the draft EIR comment letter emails sent from CSERC and TRT, the two primary protectors of the environment in our county. Then the FEIR does not respond to CSERC's 25-page comment letter. Aside from the optics being terrible, the event further confirmed that the county was moving too fast. This inappropriate haste is reconfirmed in the final EIR, which changed significantly from the draft, including new waste treatment system and riskier location, 80-page noise analysis, and fire flow recharge requirements that the stated water supply cannot achieve. Had the county not been rushing, providing a review period for the final EIR was a no-brainer, even if just to remove obvious legal risk of not doing so. The extensive new information just provided at 3 p.m. for a 9 a.m. hearing is the most blatant, sad example of moving too fast and disenfranchising the public you serve and not providing an adequate review period for even you. Clearly, at minimum, the appeal process must be reopened so CSERC has the chance to appeal the project based on the 30 new pages of replies just provided. To not allow them to present their case to the supervisors via appeal would be a clear denial of their legal rights. By letting Claire Kosovich speak, who lacks standing given she gave no prior comment, and who the county knew was a proponent of the project given her engagement to the landowning family, you corrupted the appeal process by de facto allowing the proponent twice the airtime of each legitimate appellant. Interestingly, approving the EIR and project today and forcing a lawsuit that will now lose on multiple fronts will actually backfire and delay generating new TOT for our needy county. The EIR will still have to be revised, but after the delay and expense of the lawsuit. Given the process failures and the events that have unfolded, the best thing you can do for the county and for the development you wish to enable is to send the EIR back for refinement and resubmittal, which will allow a reset and for missteps to be addressed directly rather than through a protracted, doomed legal battle. It will also achieve the noble aim of ensuring necessary protections for the many who legitimately fear for their safety the ramifications of what is currently proposed. John Gray thoughtfully talked about not kicking things down the road. Approving this development today as the last act of your term will sadly be the worst kind of kicking the county a future nightmare to deal with while riding off into the sunset. Please don't let this be your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Lee Stevens. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. Unlike most people on here, I am actually in full support of this project. I know it's been brought up about the tax revenue. I think that's desperately needed. It's been brought up. We need county services. Well, this tax revenue will help with that. Plus, think about it. In the future, there is the potential for jobs. Cherie had mentioned earlier that people need places to go. This hotel, this glamping site, this would be optimal. And instead of overcrowding areas and campgrounds and having people traipse through private properties, give them a hotel. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to say thank you very much to everybody here, and please have a very happy New Year.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My name is Ron Morgan. Again, I want to stress the significance of the water issues. Let me explain some facts that we are not making any of this up. Our house is at 11370 Sawmill Mountain Road and borders up to this road. We are right across the street from the Terra V project. Our well was one of 3 private wells that were part of the water test, only 3 out of the many wells in this area. All 3 of these wells had issues. Our well is down 700 feet. The adjacent property of Gene Pfeiffer's is about 600 feet. His well was part of the test as well. Our well was drilled through granite, and we found 3 one-foot fractures before we reached usable water in the 3rd fracture. Each fracture is separated by approximately 200 feet of granite. We're barely getting 7 gallons per minute. During the test, both of our wells wound up with bad tasting water and a loss of water flow, which required purging of both wells. Those wells being tested show that there will be serious impacts, which makes for a desperate future of water shortages and poor quality. This testing was flawed and not up to any standards. What recourse will we have when our wells run dry or the water is unfit to drink anymore? Sounds like the county earlier was telling us that it will be a civil matter, so we're going to be on our own. Any other county would not accept these tests, and with all the other issues this project has, other counties would reject it without hesitation. To think there is enough water up here to support this or any other project is a pipe dream. Just sounds like Tuolumne County is trying to force a square peg in a round hole. It's hard to imagine the zoning allows for development such as this when there is nothing on the property, no infrastructure to support this project at all, or even nearby. When there are hundreds of people staying in Terra V and more at Yosemite under canvas, and Yosemite is not letting people in, what are these people going to be doing to entertain themselves? They're not going to sit in their rooms. Those of us up here will feel the presence of all these strangers walking, bike riding, traveling up their cars up and down Sawmill Mountain Road. When logging or chipping trucks, they come barreling down this road, bad things are going to happen. Rush Creek made hiking trails through the forest, and I wouldn't be surprised if Terra V does the same thing for these folks to venture off to. Who's going to be responsible for the actions of these wanderers? And who's going to be responsible for the cleanup, what they leave behind in the forest? This project is wrong and should be rejected. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Tristan Salietta. I was educated as a physical geographer. I came to Tuolumne County from hydrologic research, and I got a job with the Forest Service in the Groveland Ranger District working over out of Buck Meadows, and I was there for about 3 years. I was working in reforestation, so I got to know the turf really well. As I say, I'm educated as a physical geographer, and I am a geographer too. The notion that there's going to be development where you've got these 3 things going in simultaneously is quite mad. The zoning that was done was insane. It doesn't make any sense. There should not be any development up there at all. I'm speaking from the geographic. There are so many different issues at hand. You've heard the whole panoply of them. And so many of them were ignored by a planning department or whosoever, I don't know who the parties responsible were, who have been foisting this from the beginning. Every time they meet an objection, they try to come up with a solution for it. They don't look for a clarification of it, what's the cause of it, and how to resolve it. It's not approached that way, and it just keeps going on. You've heard all the arguments. I'm sorry that you've pursued it this way, and you have so much faith involved in this, because the project itself stinks. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Ron Morgan. I was educated as a physical geographer. I came to Tuolumne County from hydrologic research, and I got a job with the Forest Service in the Groveland Ranger District working over out of Buck Meadows, and I was there for about 3 years.
Thank you. Chairman Brennan and supervisors, I request that you delay your consideration of the Terra V project. This is Eric Erickson, representing the Erickson family, 6 generations up there. We first built off of Highway 120 near the project site in late 1940s. The planning department has been deficient in this process. Responses to the DEIR were not posted and were remedied only upon notice from the public. Comments that were included were not addressed. Staff responses in the FEIR issues raised gloss over the very real challenges presented by inadequate water flow testing, fire response, environmental impact, aesthetic, noise, and light impacts. Just one example, the entire sewage treatment proposal was modified and accepted by staff without an opportunity for real public review and comment. If adjacent properties lose water or have polluted water, staff's position is tough luck. It's a civil matter. The testing documented local water well issues from the test pumping. That is not excellence in service. Staff has also completely disregarded the very serious issue of improper zoning. This is a de novo appeal, as you know, before you, and you have the sole responsibility to make sure that this is done right and legally. It is your responsibility to make sure there is a real professional review and a legal process followed so that you can perform your responsibilities. If you not uphold the appeal and remand this back to staff for a real EIR review process, you further the charade this process has been to date. Send it back, make the staff that are paid for by our tax dollars do the work, and demand excellence from them, not the minimum possible to get by. For those of you leaving the office, don't let this be a legal liability albatross. Let your legacy be that you called this out for the rushed, unprofessional process it has been, and that you demanded excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. Of all the crazy ways I imagined spending 2020, this pandemic New Year's Eve, this was not one of them. In fact, I've spent more time with you people and the county in general over the holidays than I have with my own family. Not that it matters, because it feels like all the time has been a waste, because it's pretty inevitable that the county really, despite all the outcries and obvious flaws and deficiencies in the EIR, we know what it wants. It is ending like it began, with another ill-timed document dump before a hearing, leaving John Buckley and the public precious little time to absorb the rushed comments. And really, how thorough were those comments? How thoughtful could they be? The county made a mistake, and the public and the process itself are having to rush to meet the moment to just be heard. All the county's declarations about impartiality and asserting that this is bad timing, that everything, we aren't rushing it, there's no big deal, we don't have an agenda, it rings hollow with the last maneuver of continuing this hearing to today. The credibility of the county evaporated when the meeting was continued to the waning hours of some board members' tenure, and it verified to the public that this was indeed the plan all along. Further, the integrity of the process was tainted by the undeniably bogus appeal of Claire Kosovich. Her about face was a miracle. All of a sudden, she's a proponent. I don't understand how the county does not see that its integrity and trustworthiness are on the line, and that her appeal just made the whole process look like a facade. Is the county part of these shenanigans? It begs the question. And regardless of all that, it is just a bad idea. It's dangerous. And to think otherwise is to stick your head in the sand. There's no infrastructure here, and this is too small an area for this many people. We are not prepared. The continued statements that the project is suitable for the area because the zoning allows it and the assurances that every concern can be mitigated does not mean the project is appropriate. It was rezoned in 1991, inconsistent with the general plan at the time, and despite much protest. The county didn't listen then, and it feels like the county is not listening now, and so here we are. A supervisor actually told me that this land would probably not be rezoned today for this use because it is inappropriate and creates incompatible land use, but still, the county soldiers on. The area is simply not equipped to take on this much development, and the EIR is definitely not mitigating that. The findings of less than significant impacts time and time again appears to make everyone who is in the position of making a decision feel good enough and to justify their vote. But if you're looking at strictly what's on paper rather than considering the physical reality, the county is putting everyone at risk. Nothing short of life life-threatening. This process has been flawed, the EIR is flawed, and the county is making a mistake. But that is not the biggest mistake the county is making. The biggest mistake is underestimating the love and stewardship people feel for this area, and we are not going away. My guess is that when Manly, Hansi from Southern California and the county got together, they just thought they might piss off a few neighbors on Hardin Flat or on Sawmill, but they didn't really care because we're just mountain folk and we don't matter. But this is not about just the neighbors. It's about what happens when you pillage an area that is beloved by a community, and that is the gateway to the nation's, one of the most nation's iconic parks. It's not about us.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. I'm sorry, but I have to hold everyone to 3 minutes.
That's great.
Go ahead.
Hello, this is Maria Porges. My husband and I own a house on Hardin Flat Road, and I really can only say that this process has been rushed from the outset, and I respectfully request that you go back for adequate examination of these documents. This has so clearly been pushed through, and as the last speaker said, you are not just pushing through development, you are putting an entire community at risk. The water issues have not been adequately addressed. There will be a cumulative impact between this project under canvas and the Berkeley camp and its new expanded size. There's already inadequate public safety resources. The fire people said that they would not be able to come if there was a fire. Please send this project back to the Planning Commission for further review. And finally, half of our property burned in the Rim fire, half of it. We're not willing to be put at risk again just so the county can collect a relatively low amount of tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello. I urge the county to reject this project as the proposed EIR fails to comply with the requirements of CEQA. Fire is a huge concern. We dealt with the Ferguson fire after the Rim fire and subsequently 2 more fires, the Wheel and the Mountain fires, on Sawmill Mountain this year, as well as the Moccasin fire that required a 19-hour evacuation of Pine Mountain Lake alone. We are in a very high fire hazard severity zone, and more fires will sweep through. We are concerned about the forest lands. We all share the simple desire to protect these lands from overdevelopment as well as preserve nature. For these and many other reasons, as other commenters have attested, the project should not be approved. The EIR needs to be revised. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is, first of all, thank you for taking my call. My name is Angeline Morquist. I'm an owner on Sawmill Mountain Road. And I would just like to say that we oppose this project for many, many reasons that were stated before that I'm not going to get into. But the first thing I wanted you to know is that on Tuesday, I watched from 1 o'clock to 6 on my computer. And I want to tell you, there was 5 people opposing this, 5 people for this project, where there were 75 people opposing this. So that should tell you something, that the Board of Supervisors need to listen to the people who elected you. And another thing, the project up here is not suitable for the area. They said that they build hotels near Disneyland. Well, guess what? This is not Disneyland. Where they build hotels, they have sewer and water. There is none here. They're just taking advantage of us in our wells. And I truly oppose this project, and you should listen to the people that elected you. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Kay Crow. I'm a Groveland resident. I am requesting the board send this project back for review for several reasons that people have been talking about. First of all, I don't have a prepared statement, so I'm just speaking just loosely here. But regarding water, everybody knows that the water table is less and less, and it's dropping, depleted every year. So people in the area with wells are extremely concerned. And when they're told it's a civil matter, it's really, we all believe it's not, because we feel that our supervisors should be looking out for our best interest. The big thing here is fire protection. We cannot make it here without better fire protection, let alone the current fire protection. And it's a very dangerous situation. I am really wondering how many of you supervisors had to evacuate your homes with your family and pets, and how many times. It's a very scary feeling. This is not okay. It's not safe for us to be here without good emergency services. They will all take a hit if this development goes through the way it is. I feel that you can take it back, you can rework it a little bit, and make it doable for all the people that are concerned. These people elected you to make responsible decisions in their favor, and we're all feeling let down. I certainly hope there will be a lawsuit against this, because myself and others are willing to contribute to it financially. We do not approve of this going through the way it is now. I'm sure if you really want to make it work, you can rework it. We have faith that you can do that. But if you let us down, it's just another government issue that a lot of us feel is not getting taken seriously. Thank you for your time. Have a good holiday.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Natalia, and I'm calling on behalf of the Jacqueline Courtney Trust, owner of 11250 Sawmill Mountain Road. And I'm going to read a report from the top hydrogeologist in the state, Dr. Kenneth Schmidt, dated December 28, 2020, regarding Terra V Logic project. Dear Dan, pursuant to your request, I reviewed the hydrology and water quality section of the DEIR and Appendix G hydrogeology study and the FEIR response to comments and Appendix M for the Terra V Logic project. First, I discussed major issues, and this is followed by other comments. Major issues. Major issue number one, the disposition of the water pumped during the pump tests was not discussed in the DEIR. The response in Appendix M in the FEIR on the discharge location was not adequate. No suitable map was provided of the discharge location and where percolation rates were tested. The flattening in the drawdown plots, figures 10 and 12, could have been caused by recirculation of the discharge water. Major issue number two, the additional drawdowns in the 26GB and 26GC wells of the 54 feet and 24 feet after only 10 days of pumping for the pump test are significant. The total drawdowns in these wells after pumping for the project for the whole summer and during drought period were not provided. Major issue number three, the testing procedure called for in the 22 CA ADC number 64554 are far from ideal for hard rock wells in the foothills and mountains of the Sierra Nevada. Constant rate pump tests have been known for decades to not indicate long-term well yields in this situation. Rather, constant head tests of 20 to 30 days in duration are needed to determine long-term yields. This is what a number of counties requires when evaluating proposed subdivisions in such areas for use in CEQA evaluation. Major issue number four, a table should have been prepared clearly indicating the drawdowns in all of the wells due to pumping of these two wells. Figure 1416 and the DEIR are problematic in this regard. Major issue number 5, the impact of wastewater on groundwater quality was not discussed adequately in Section 4.10 or Appendix G of the DEIR or in the FEIR. In terms of the impact of the wastewater on groundwater quality, the total dissolved solids TDS concentration in the wastewater was not discussed. This TDS could be considerably higher than in the groundwater at the closest downgradient domestic wells. This could violate the state's
Thank you for your comments.
policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Cindy Charles, and I spoke earlier as the representative of the Tuolumne River Trust. After listening to the testimony yesterday, I wondered if TRT's comments could also possibly be missing from the final Terra V EIR. I looked and I discovered that TRT's July comment letter submitted by Patrick Kopel on behalf of TRT was not included in the final EIR. In the FEIR's list of commenters, neither Patrick nor the Tuolumne River Trust is listed. In the response to comments section, the TRT comment letter is also missing. In the under canvas EIR planning process, county staff apologetically announced that our TRT letter was accidentally omitted from that EIR because it was inadvertently blocked by the county system. Accordingly, to make sure that it didn't occur again, on December 1st, Patrick emailed the county a copy of TRT's submitted July 2020 letter for the Terra V EIR to ensure that it was entered into the record and would be part of the final EIR consideration. He did receive confirmation from Natalie on receipt of that email on December 1st. I have just emailed Supervisor Brennan and Quincy Yaley an email copy of the original TRT comment letter that TRT submitted in July 2020, as well as a copy of Patrick's email to the county sent on December 1st, when he submitted it a second time to ensure that TRT's EIR comments entered the record. I note that Patrick specifically mentioned that he was also sending the letter from his personal email account in case the county was still blocking TRT's business email. Yet I now find that TRT's comments are missing and there are no responses to our comments. This is the second time that TRT's comment letters have been omitted from EIRs, first for under canvas and now for Terra V. This underscores how rushed and inappropriate these two planning processes have been. If county staff and consultants can't even legally include submitted comments, think how hard it has been for citizens to wade through thousands of pages of documents. TRT respectfully asserts that because our comments are missing from the final EIR, the board cannot take any action today to approve the FEIR as adequate and complete. I hope that the board will stop frantically rushing this process and will instead reasonably give the public a reasonable amount of time to review any new errata and any new drafted responses to comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna,
Madam Chair.
yeah. I am going to take a break, 10-minute break, and we will reconvene in 10 minutes. We are back, and do we have the next caller ready? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'd like to say that I'm in support of the Terra V project, which sounds like a quality project. After listening to the planning and board meetings, some of the negative comments to me show a lack of ability to comprehend the EIR. Some of the opponents also have shown their ignorance of the law and accurate facts. I also would like to say that I am very concerned that some of the more vocal opponents to this project rent their properties on vacation rental sites. They are not casual hosts, but rather super hosts and premier partners. One now has a professional management company operating theirs. In their comments, there have been many that say Sawmill Mountain Road is not to be used for commercial purposes. If so, how do their guests get to their properties? Have they gone through a NEPA review in order to obtain a commercial use permit? The Pfeiffers are so concerned about fires. However, there are multiple comments in their guest reviews who were using fire pits in July. It is totally disingenuous to criticize this project when they are operating their property as a commercial lodging venture. Thank you for taking your time to listen to my comments.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Lauren Nichols. I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. A county supervisor position may seem at times a thankless job. And so I'd like to thank you, Board of Supervisors, for all your laborious efforts on this massive project. And I'd like to thank you in advance for doing your very best for our citizens. According to California state standards, the Board of Supervisors are held responsible and accountable to the citizens. I remind you that when you were elected and accepted your position as a county supervisor, you swore an oath to the citizens. Following may sound familiar from 2 days ago, so here is just a brief summary, as taken from your own website, Mission, Vision, and Values Statement. In part, vision, Tuolumne County as a place where all citizens enjoy opportunities to thrive in a safe, healthy, and productive community. And that, just to reiterate, all citizens. Mission, create a healthy and safe community, enhance quality of life. Values, integrity. We, meaning the county, hold ourselves to the highest level of honesty, transparency, and ethical conduct in all relations and dealings. And lastly, stewardship. We, the county, are committed to responsible resource management and the preservation of Tuolumne County cultures and heritage. Nowhere in your mission statement does it state that out-of-county developers should be favored over the concerns and needs of the citizens. There are still so many serious issues that have not been adequately addressed or have been erroneously deemed less than significant. And how could they be when only given the bare minimum of time to consider and work out these issues? If projects such as Terra V were cut and dried as the Planning Commission apparently thought when they rubber stamped it, then you might ask, what is the purpose of the board? The answer is this. The reason we have a duly elected Board of Supervisors is to incorporate the human aspect in dealing with the issues and concerns of its citizens, to consider all matters and to address said issues with the citizens' best interests as the guiding principles. It is your responsibility to the citizens, your constituents, to table, or as some might say, kick the can down the road on this project until these serious concerns have been sufficiently addressed. I respectfully ask you to reject the EIR or at least send it back to staff. Thank you for listening and for doing your best for our citizens. Thank you.
Lauren, thank you for your comments. Go ahead.
John Buckley, CSERC. Here on New Year's Eve Day, this process is still rushing forward, and the issue isn't whether the board desires more development or more TOT dollars coming to the county. The agenda item being considered is whether this final EIR for the Terra V project is legally adequate, not perfect, but adequate and complete. And I admit I am highly frustrated by the county releasing a rushed errata at 3 p.m. yesterday and holding a hearing on it this morning. Despite the consultant's dismissive presentation, I spent many hours yesterday reviewing the actual detailed text of the new response to comments, and I found that similar to the bias and misinformation that dominates much of the EIR, the errata's latest responses to our comments repeatedly avoid the actual point of our comment and instead provide an answer that avoids omitting a significant impact. And as an example, for assessing whether the natural scenic character of the site will be significantly diminished, the response dismisses the new parking areas, cars and RVs, signs, the giant lodge, 25 cabins, employee and housing structure, the bar, restaurant, and the cumulative effects of under canvas across the street, and instead simply asserts that the view will indeed be altered, but it's not significant. For CSERC's comment pointing out that artistic renderings of beautifully screened landscaping in the EIR can't possibly grow to that point for 10 to 15 years or longer, and that CAL FIRE restrictions will prohibit dense flammable vegetation growing so tightly, the new responses simply say landscaping will comply with the vegetation plan and screening will still be effective, not significant. For well testing, the EIR falsely claims multiple times that late October and November are the driest portion of the year, yet water board and hydrology records for the region show late summer and September are the driest, and well testing wasn't done then. And despite staff assurances, no matter what monitoring wells may show in the future, there is no backup water supply alternative. If Terra V is approved, if neighbors' wells dry up, Terra V will still need to keep pumping because the project has no alternative water supply backup. Even monitoring won't change that, but staff and consultants shrug that off as not significant as well. Over and over, the FEIR dismisses or glosses over similar critical, detailed comments where it contains inaccurate responses. The FEIR is honestly not fully adequate and complete. And as was discovered yesterday, due to all the rushing, the FEIR is missing TRT's comment letter, and there are no responses to their comments. Accordingly, CSERC asserts that the county cannot legally certify the EIR today. In closing, despite my respect for the pro-development values that some of you hold so dear, I urge the county to stop rushing this process to a predetermined outcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
No response.
Go ahead. Hello?
Yes, hello. This is Janice. I'm a resident of Groveland. I would like to know why we've had lodges up and down 120 for years and years, and we still only have one ambulance service, which is paid for by the county and the residents of Groveland and Big Oak Flat. None of these services that are paid for by the lodging are used, which is the money goes to the county, and those services aren't in this area. All the services that are being used are paid for by the residents in this area. So these residents need to be listened to, and if the county hasn't done anything in all the years the lodges have been at this location, why should we believe that the services are going to follow if the lodges are allowed? Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Marissa, and I'm in favor of the Terra V project. Not only is there not enough lodging for our visitors now, this project will increase our revenue for growth, not to mention the fire hazard that comes with sending people out to disperse camping. I think this would be really good for our area, and I'm in favor of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dan Courtney. First of all, Matt Chapman got cut off before he could make his request for a rehearing of his appeal due to all these procedural problems. So please put that on the record. Next, I have a very basic question that none of us can probably really answer. Why are we all spending New Year's Eve here? What's so urgent about voting on this development before the elected board is sworn in tomorrow? Next, as a taxpayer in this county, I have a question, which I would like county council to answer at the end of my 3 minutes. By proceeding with this highly irregular and likely illegal process, you know and have acknowledged that you are getting Tuolumne County into likely multiple big lawsuits, obviously. But it won't impact us taxpayers because the developer has indemnified you. So here's my question. Is this indemnification agreement signed by Hanji's parent corporation or just by this project LLC? Because according to their ground lease with according to public records, the ground lease with Manly and Hanji expires at midnight tonight, December 31, 2020. I just emailed that in for the record. Second part of the question, how does this indemnification hold up if you're sued by this developer? Because after all, John Bissell repeatedly told me and my neighbors in person that the county, whoever that is, the county had promised that he wouldn't need an EIR. Now, is this the real reason for this last-second rush? No way. Okay, onto the wells. Since Hanji's attorney wouldn't agree to fully warrant our wells during pump testing and wouldn't agree to share us all the information or share the information with us, not a single one of the 9 wells downhill from Terra V was monitored during their pump test. Not a single one. And the only wells that were included in this pump test were the 3 furthest away and uphill. Now, as you saw in the report from the most experienced hydrogeologist in the state, Dr. Kenneth Schmidt, the wells showed drawdowns of 24 feet and 54 feet after just 10 days of pumping without any water usage at the homes or sufficient pumping from the under canvas site. Plus, the discharge water was apparently allowed to recycle into the test zone, recharging the wells. His report says the pump test must be repeated. Now, on the fire, I just saw an email from Assistant Chief Andy Murphy to Quincy disclosing his tables do not include the wildfires responded to by the Forest Service. Solomon Mountain is in the midst of Stanislaw National Forest, so you must send this back to staff. I mean, what about the mountain fire that almost burned our cabins in August of this year? Finally, I'm one of 3 cabins out of 30 where I do occasionally do rentals, when I'm back in San Diego.
Thank you.
Am I on time? Okay, please answer my questions, County Council.
So you're addressing your comments to the board at this time, and board will seek clarification from staff if they need that clarification. So thank you for your comments. So I believe there are no other callers online. That's it. Okay, so I am going to close the public hearing. And we are going to take a half-an-hour recess for lunch. Actually, we'll take 40 minutes. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. All right, thank you, gentlemen. We are back. This time, I would like to go to staff, and I'm not sure who's going to start, Quincy or Cody, but go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, thank you, Chair Brennan, members of the board and the public. I just wanted to follow up on a comment that was raised during the public comment period, and just clarify that our department, the Community Development Department, as well as the board chair or the board clerk, has received numerous comments letter on the project and the draft EIR that were received after the close of the comment period of the draft EIR on July 30th, 2020. As a standard practice, when we process CEQA documents, we do not amend a final EIR every time we receive a comment. When a comment letter is received after the close of a public comment period, The lead agency does not have an obligation to respond, and this is outlined in Public Resource Code section 21091. Specifically, nothing in the section requires a lead agency to respond to comments not received within comment periods specified in this division, to reopen comment periods, or to delay acting on a negative declaration or an environmental impact report. Although a lead agency is not required to respond to late comments, it may choose to do so. The comment letter that was referenced in the by Ms. Charles during the public comment period today was received from the Tuolumne River Trust on December 1st, 2020, and is in fact included in our administrative record for the project, but that is not why it was included in the final EIR, which was released prior to that date. All of the issues that were raised in the Tuolumne River Trust letter dated July 30th, but received December 1st, have been addressed in the final EIR or in other responses, and there's no new information that was raised in that comment letter. Additionally, there was a question regarding indemnification agreements. The county does have, sorry, Cody was going to talk about this, but I'll jump on it and he can follow up. Sorry. The indemnification is with the landowner, Hard and Flat LLC, because this is who the county issues the entitlement to. However, we also have a separate indemnification agreement with the Hans G Corporation through their application process.
And also, just to follow up on that briefly, there was a concern raised or a comment about the indemnification, about some sort of a lease option agreement that expires at the end of the day today. The county is not a party to that agreement, and based on my review, that agreement has no bearing or impact on the indemnification agreement.
And Madam Chair, I'll continue on just a couple of other items that we wanted to respond to during the public comment period. Both myself, Rob Kostlevy is also here to respond to one of those items, and Cody may have some other things he wants to address. There was a question about other sites that this project should be constructed on, specifically one that was more recently put up for sale in Big Oak Flat. And we did look at alternative site analysis is in the EIR, but we're not required to do an exhaustive analysis of all potential vacant properties or constructed properties for that matter in the EIR. There was several comments regarding inadequate mitigation measures and that we should have studied cumulative impacts. It's the staff's recommendation to you today that the mitigation measures are adequate where proposed, that the project does include a statement of overriding considerations, as was mentioned in our Tuesday hearing, and that the cumulative impacts from the project on all areas were studied. Again, there were some questions raised regarding the sequencing of permitting. It is very standard and common for a project to obtain a discretionary entitlement and go through environmental review, and then continue to obtain required permits and approvals up until and through operation of a project. And this project is no different. And so we anticipate the applicant going to various permitting agencies in addition to the county to receive those approvals. There was a comment made regarding fire information, and it was a correspondence between myself and Andy Murphy. I've shared that with the board and included it in the materials that was on our website in order just to make sure that the public also had access to that call information. And it's the commenter was correct. It's not exhaustive of all fires. It's reflective of the data that was received from Assistant Chief Murphy. And now at this time, I'd like to have Rob Kostlevy come up, our Director of Environmental Health. He would like to address the question of what happens if the wastewater treatment system fails or breaks.
I almost said good morning, but good afternoon. Rob Kostlevy with Environmental Health. The question that was asked is, what do we do if the system that is in operation at a facility such as this breaks or becomes inoperable during normal working times? We've had this happen before with other lodging that was very similar, and we worked with the property owners to mitigate that. Some of that mitigation is reduced occupancy to a standard that their system can handle until they can adjust to that and make the modifications. We've learned a lot over the last several years regarding on-site wastewater in hotels, and a very similar situation where we had as I just mentioned, a system that was not operating to its full capacity. They had to make modifications, and some of the modifications was trying to make their septic system more robust, and they put in an MBRR. That's a membrane batch reactor, similar to what you heard on Tuesday night, from Blackwater Consulting, that they are planning to add, in addition to the on-site wastewater system, this tertiary treated effluent. So this treatment that they're doing is above and beyond what is typically required, and it will meet Title 22 standards.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any questions? Okay.
So I don't have anything else specific to add with respect to information that you received during the public comment, but we do have, again, all of our consultants and our staff available to answer any specific questions. Cody, do you have anything else to add?
Briefly address, there was a comment raised, a concern raised about the errata and the information contained in the errata not being before the Planning Commission. Some argument that this should be sent back to the Planning Commission. That really does not impact the board's review today, because the board is conducting a de novo review based on the entire record, based on the information before the board today, and you are the decision-making body for purposes of today's hearing. There's no requirement that says that if an errata is issued, it has to be sent back to the Planning Commission. Just to briefly address that. And that's all that I wanted to address.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna, if you gentlemen don't object, I'm gonna go to Supervisor Kirk, because I think he had some questions earlier. Naya, do you have questions to ask?
Yeah, so I just want to confirm we're done with public comment.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Are we allowed to respond to that presentation?
Don't know who is speaking up, but the public hearing is closed.
Chair Brennan, that was one of the appellants who is on, so your practice would typically be to not respond unless questions were asked.
It's my understanding at this point in time, and County Council can correct me if I'm wrong, that we are at that place where the board will deliberate and ask questions of staff if they have questions.
Yes, that's my understanding. That was also outlined earlier today when you explained how the process for this hearing today would go.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Kirk?
Okay, just give me a second. What? I'm in meeting.
Supervisor Kirk, we cannot hear you at this point.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I did have lots of questions throughout this process, but I wanted to wait. A majority of them were answered, so I'm glad I did wait. But I will just start at the top. I'll work my way down and go from there. So I just want to confirm there was two people. It sounded like Cindy Charles, which we addressed. Cindy Charles and Nancy Constantino. During the presentation today or public comment, they said that their responses hadn't been responded to, but it sounded like it was their comments were after the close of the comment period. Can we confirm that that's the same issue with Nancy Constantino? Quincy, are you able to confirm that?
Sure. So the final EAR, which the consultants walked through today, included an attachment to an email from the CSERC organization, and included an exhibit from Nancy Constantino that both of those comments were received during the draft review of the EIR, and that's why the errata does address those. The comments that I read earlier, that letter was received on December 1st.
Okay, just confirming, thank you. And again, some of these questions are going to be out of order, so I'm so sorry. We're going to be bouncing around just for a minute, but we're just going to do it. So I think it was a few days ago we were talking about mitigating the bank when people are driving on Highway 120 and they're going to be turning into Saw Mountain Road. I believe they said that they were going to do some mitigation measures, cutting back some brush because it is kind of a sharp turn. For me, just as a, when I think of EMS, when I think of people responding and affecting EMS services, is that required in this process? Is there going to be any more analysis on that road turning into the Sawmill Flat, just for safety measures?
I'm going to go ahead and prep our traffic consultant to jump in on this, but in general, yes, there are road improvements that need to be made to meet Caltrans specifications at that intersection. That includes site distance. There's a specific distance that the code requires them to meet, and those will be made. Do you have any other questions? I can ask Ken Anderson or Dave Ruby to unmute.
No, so the main thing is, like, if it needs a turnout, if it needs a pull-in section, if it needs to be mitigated, that's coming in the future. That's not a future plan. That's
Right.
what I'm hearing, right?
Those improvements were identified in the EIR, and any environmental impacts from those improvements, like let's just say they needed to widen a road that needed to remove trees, or there were drainage, that if there was an environmental impact from any of those improvements, that was included in our analysis.
Okay, what if 120 needed to be widened for turnout or pull-in because of that corner? Is that something that would be evaluated by Caltrans as well? I just want to make sure I'm being specific to Highway 120 versus Sawmill Flat.
Yeah, sure. And I've got Ken Anderson unmuted here. So Ken, can you talk about the improvements that are needed there at that intersection?
Yes, certainly. This is Ken Anderson with K.D. Anderson Associates. We prepared the transportation section of the EIR. The project description, part of the proposed project, include improvements to Highway 120 to provide a left turn lane onto Sawmill Road through Caltrans standard, and a right turn pocket in the other direction. The extent of improvement needed is presented in one of the exhibits included with the project application, and will satisfy Caltrans standards. Those improvements would be installed by the project performance through an encroachment permit granted through Caltrans.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't need that covers it, so thank you for that. My next question is regarding Quincy, the helipad. A few days ago, it was brought up that the helipad was suggested by Tel Aviv, and then today I thought I heard it said that it was suggested by Caltrans. Is it required by Caltrans? Is it because if Tel Aviv is requesting it, that's one thing, or is it being required by Caltrans? Is there any clarification?
Sure thing. So it's part of it came in as part of the application package. So it's proposed by the applicant. And what our job is when we have a proposal from an applicant, we review that proposal, evaluate the impacts, and tell them what additional permits or licenses that they will need. So that's what we have done, is we've said if this project includes a helipad, these are the impacts, and these are the additional permits that are needed. And so Caltrans is a permitting authority over that helipad. This in no way is being requested or motivated by Caltrans or any other public agency.
Okay. I was going to make a condition on it, but then I think it was brought up during the meeting today. FFA is going to be regulating that helipad. Is that correct?
Yeah, the FAA, the FAA, the Federal Airport Administration.
Okay.
Aviation. I might have that
Would I
right
need
now.
to
Aviation.
suggest a condition? I'm sorry.
No, that's already conditioned in condition number 72 that they receive those clearances.
Okay, so there'll be some sort of log to make sure it's just for emergency only.
Correct.
Okay. Sawmill Flat Road, it's a U.S. Forest Service road. Do we have the ability, since it's a U.S. Forest Service road, to put some sort of gate past the Terra V project if it goes through, to keep people from going all up and down that road? I assume not, just because it's a U.S. Forest Service road and there's no access out there, but is that something that could be done?
No, the county would not have any sort of authority to gate a federal road. That would be considered approved through a federal process. That it would be separate from this process.
Okay. A couple days ago at the other meeting, there were two, and again, I was trying to take as many notes as I could. There's a whole list of things that, didn't need to be mitigated. They met all the requirements, but then there's two that didn't. It was emissions and noise. And emissions was brought up. There was some discussion about that, but then there was nothing brought up about noise. And I'm just curious, what was the noise that we were talking about? Was it the proposed helipad? Is it just the noise in general of Tel Aviv? Was there any mitigation done for that?
I'm going to have Alexis Mena jump in from PlaceWorks, but it was specific to helicopter noise. Alexis, can you expand on that a little bit?
Yes, we don't need to go in too much in depth. It's just pretty high level.
Sure. Yeah, you are correct that the significant and unavoidable noise impact is as a result of the use of the helipad. We explain in the document it's a little difficult to gauge the effectiveness of any mitigation, given that the helipad use would be emergency only. So it's unknown precisely, what flight paths would be used in the instance of any given emergency in terms of where the helicopter would be coming from and leaving to at any given instance. It would be dependent on the incident. And so for that reason, we had it as a significant unavoidable impact. But we do include mitigation to have the location of the helipad re-examined, and if a feasible location can be identified elsewhere on the site that would place the helipad further from the adjacent residences, then under the revised mitigation that's in the final EIR, then that alternative location has to be used.
Okay. Thank you. Not my last question, sorry, I have a few more, but with the wells, we have 3 wells that work, and then we have several monitoring wells. Could the monitoring wells eventually be turned or used as wells for the project?
Yeah, they can be converted to production wells. The entire water system will be monitored and overseen by the state of California, and monitoring wells could turn to production wells should that be needed.
So potentially it looks like there's 3 that could be used as backup wells should they be needed.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then doing some research, it looks like once the tanks are full of well water, it looks like they're only going to need about 10 gallons per minute out of usage. And I'm assuming this question's going to be dealt with fire services after this meeting, but it was brought up that should there be a fire at Terra Vive and they have to put the fire out using the storage tank, that they would have to refill the storage tanks. I think it was within like 72 hours or something. Is that going to be dealt with CAL FIRE, or not CAL FIRE, but the fire services, as far as evaluating if they have enough water to produce? Am I making sense?
I think I'm going to ask Steve Gregory to comment on this, our fire inspector, but I'm going to restate the question is that your question is regarding the refilling of water tanks should the water be expended during a fire emergency?
Yeah, should it be expended during a fire emergency? is there some law that says we have to have it all, those tanks fill back up within 72 hours, and are we able to do that just for fire services, fire protection services reasoning?
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, under county ordinance, there's a recharge rate in Title 15.
Okay.
So yes, they are required to be able to the wells must produce enough water to refill those tanks within a certain time frame.
Okay. And then it was brought up a few times that the treated water or the water treatment plant could be used for irrigation, dual plumbing. Is that something, obviously it can be used for that. Is that something that is going to be happening in this project?
Alexis, can you chime in on this? Because I believe we addressed it in the final EIR. There were some assumptions that were made regarding the use of the tertiary treated water.
Sorry, can you restate the original question?
Yeah, so there's all this talk about there being an issue with water shortages, and there's concerns, you know, with wells going dry and all this stuff. So when the water treatment plant was brought up, one of the highlights was that it, you know, it could be used for the wastewater. Once it's cleaned up, could be used for irrigation, and could be used for dual plumbing, possibly fire sprinklers. So is that going to take place, or is it just something that could take place because of the equipment that's going to be out there?
Yes. So the plan is that the water, once it goes through the treatment system, comes out as treated effluent, and it would be used for irrigation purposes, for supplying the dual plumbed fixtures, and also for water storage for firefighting. And then anything in excess after those uses is what would go into the leach fields.
Okay.
For disposal.
All right. And then this might be more for Tel Aviv, but you know, I went out to the site. I sat on some of those people's homes, in their driveways, looked out at the view. I'm just curious, has Tel Aviv had any conversations with some of the landowners about maybe how to mitigate some of the impact that they might have as far as the visual effects? I'm not saying it's a requirement. I'm just curious, has that conversation taken place?
If it's, may I answer that?
You go ahead, John.
I don't know who that is.
No? Usually they do.
I think it's fine if they want to answer it. I just don't know how relevant it is to your board's decision, but I think it's fine if they want to go ahead and answer it.
All right. Go ahead, John. Mr. Bissell.
Yes. Yes, Supervisor Kirk, just as a matter of fact, yes, I did meet with several community folks, particularly Mary Beth Campbell and Dan Courtney. And I did actually sit on Mary Beth Campbell's porch and look at the views. And we in turn developed a project in a way that tried to minimize the impact to her views by creating a single level structure that goes to then 2 levels. And then by the time it goes to 3 levels, it's turned and goes away from the adjoining properties back towards Highway 120.
Okay. So I'm just saying there has been some good faith effort to, I guess, bring some less impact to some of the neighbors. Okay. So I'm kind of getting to the end of some of my questions. So I guess I'll just make a few comments, because I guess that's to the point that we're at. So bear with me. But there's been a lot of concerns about obviously EMS and fire, and I completely hear that. But that's why at the under canvas, I asked the fire chief what the amount of calls were for service in that area. And apparently it takes about 300 calls to justify a fire system or a fire unit. You know, apparently we're at about 80 to 89 calls per year. And that's not fire, that's just EMS calls in general. So when we're talking as a board member, when we're talking about EMS services up that corridor, I do believe we're headed, like I said in the prior meetings, we are headed towards maybe where there's going to need some collaboration up that corridor, and maybe we're headed to where we're going to need to put a station up there someday. But the calls for service don't necessarily justify it. But I think one thing that I was really surprised about, and I've actually never heard happening, is Tel Aviv is going to be training, some of their staff in the firefighters, in the firefighting services, and I know they're not trained to fight wildfires, but I think that's a huge step in some sort of mitigation. So I just want to bring that up, that I appreciate that. Let me see here. From what I've heard, there's also been quite a bit of, it looks like a lot of these materials that are being used they've gone above and beyond as far as the materials that need to be used to construct this facility, fire resistance. So staff trained fire resistance. The water treatment plant, I guess is not necessarily required, but they're utilizing that system, and I'm glad to hear that perhaps it's going to be used in the irrigation and in the plumbing and whatnot, so it gives it a dual purpose. I also want to remind myself and people listening that it looks like the wells produce about 4 times the amount of water than what's actually needed. So although there are going to be impacts, I get that. I think it's important to understand that. Also, OES, Sheriff, they did study it. They said they don't see any significant impacts on emergency situations. And for me, that's important working in law enforcement. And I think it's important to have their perspective and their professional opinion on the matter. So when it comes down to transparency, I agree. Some of this didn't unfold the way I would have liked to see it unfold. But we have professionals, we have people who do this for a living, we have attorneys, we have EIR professionals. And after hearing the information presented, and then after hearing, John Buckley and how some of his comments weren't taken into consideration, but then they've been addressed, I feel like, although it doesn't look the best, I do feel comfortable moving forward with the project. I don't think any way that we were to do this, I think it's still going to be litigated. Unfortunately, I think the only people who really win in these situations are attorneys and people who represent those attorneys. And my job is to put all that aside. I told you guys, I live up here, and I would love to see all the Flatlanders go home. I don't like seeing crowds of people. Pinecrest is a mess. Yosemite is a mess to go into. And I personally, I don't want to see more people, but I have to look at people's property rights, and I have to look at the fact that this is zoned correctly. It meets the general plan, and I'm a huge believer in property rights. And but I am very well aware of the people who live in that surrounding area. I would never go buy a piece of land that was zoned for parks and recreation, and I hear their concerns because a lot of those people who bought land and who built homes, generational cabins, when they built those things, this wasn't done that way. And so I get their frustration. But today, as a board member, I stand here and I see the zoning the way it is. I see that it was done years ago, and it is what it is. And I can't hold that against the Terra View project who's coming in. So I do see that there's been a lot of mitigation factors to help the surrounding areas or homeowners. And so and that's not necessarily anything that they had to do, but I believe they did it in good faith. And so the totality of the circumstances, I am okay moving forward with this. Like I said, I don't think some things played out the way I would have liked them to, but that is where I stand. And I'm not going to make a motion. I'm going to wait till the rest of you guys make your decisions, but that is where I stand on the matter. So thank you guys for bearing with me. I know I had a lot of questions, and but I didn't interrupt for 2 days. I kept my mouth shut, and so thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to ask Supervisor Campbell if he's got any questions for staff.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Yeah, just a couple questions. And it's been touched on a little bit, but I guess I'll get a little more specific just to make sure I understand. So the monitoring devices, uh, the wells are currently in place, right? Is that correct?
Your question, I'm going to ask Geoscience to answer the question. And the question is, are the monitoring devices that were used during the water study, I'm guessing that, are those still in place on the property? Maybe even Mr. Bissell is aware, or Geoscience?
Hi, Chris from Geoscience here. The transducers that were used during the testing were removed, so they're not in place currently.
And is it unusual or uncommon to maintain well monitoring equipment inside of in perpetuity, let's say?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm having some trouble understanding. I believe you asked if it was common to equip wells with monitoring devices in perpetuity?
Correct.
It is. Many of my clients do leave wells monitored. Many also do not. I wouldn't say that it is common to leave wells equipped with transducers. The largest municipalities that I work with will have transducers on their wells as common practice, but many smaller systems do not.
How about maybe not necessarily maintaining the equipment in those test wells, but devising a regime whereby those test wells will be monitored on a semi-regular basis, say, during summertime or peak usage periods, where you would come in there with that equipment and do a test. Is that more common?
Yeah, I think that typically monitoring on a project of this scale would be done with a hand level. It's called an electric wireline sounder, and so for the testing that we did, we equipped the wells with pressure transducers, which is equipment that is installed inside the well. More frequently, a wireline sounder, which is it's a tape measure with an electric circuit built into it. That when the circuit it hits water, the circuit closes and you get an alarm. And so that sort of manual monitoring might be a little bit more commonly used as a sort of check on conditions of water level in an area like this.
So I guess what I'm looking for is that there is a way to continue testing these well sites into the future, given that there is some concern that even though these initial studies said that there was adequate water for the usage that's being proposed, if there are concerns about changes, years or months down the road, there is some way to check to make sure that the well is producing at a level that's required.
Yeah,
there's a way to do that.
Yes, there absolutely is.
Okay. Yeah, that's my only question. Thank you.
I'm going to start with Supervisor Gray.
All right. There's been discussion about funding for emergency services or the lack of funding in the county as a whole. I think one of the things that I hear, and I think all of the supervisors hear, is that we need more emergency services, more fire trucks, more all of this, and we end up kind of against the wall because it seems like every time we try to propose a tax measure or something that would bring us money to improve those services. The property owner or taxpayer chooses not to help us along with that. But Eric, could you give a brief explanation of what we're looking at as far as what we're proposing as far as a relationship with this project, as far as funding for emergency services?
Yeah, are we on? Okay. Yeah, so I think we've talked before about the fair share cost. One of the things that our office has been doing and will continue to do is to work with all of our public safety partners, fire, EMS, law enforcement, to determine what the appropriate need and level of service is for that area. And that would take into account such things as, number of calls, types of calls, response times, because we know it is out there a ways, and come up with what that model truly looks like. And then we'll take a look at other factors such as, the number of hotel rooms or campsites or accommodations at those sites, and then that would help us to determine what that fair share of cost would look like.
Right, and one of the criticisms is that we haven't got this done right now, and I kind of give a little brief explanation why we haven't got there. But factually, I think we have really come a long way in looking at our needs in the last few years, and I think we do have a plan that can go forward, but that key to that plan is funding.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So I just want to get into a comment here about, looking at the 1819 Visitors Bureau report. It states in that report that tourism generated $260 million of income in Tuolumne County in the years 1819. Pretty significant amount of money, because that's the largest growth, economic growth industry that we have. And the other thing is that tourism generates the ability to have hundreds of families to have their family-owned businesses, their restaurants, their stores, their fly fishing shops, and all those things that are associated with tourism. So I want to go back and reaffirm what Anaya Kirk, Supervisor Kirk, said about the Flatlanders and people. I'd like to see them all go home too, but we need their money, because this county can't survive without people that come from the outside and spend their money here. We have a tax base of 54,000 people. That is not a big enough tax base to fund emergency services, local governments, and all the things we have. The Yosemite 120 Road was finished in 1874, and it's been a tourist road since then. And there's been many lodging places that have come and gone along the 120 corridor. But one thing has been consistent is tourism. And it will be consistent until something happens to Yosemite National Park. And I don't see that happening anywhere near in the future. So projects need to be developed. We need to, in my opinion, we need to do them the best way we can. The other thing that we talked about is noise mitigation, and we had the helicopter issue. I remember Planning Commissioner Mark Banks stating at the Planning Commission meetings that a helicopter pad would be nice, but we can land a helicopter anywhere. We can land it in a parking lot or what have you. And what I'm asking staff is this something that the board as a condition can have removed from the project, or is it up to some other process?
No, it's included as a proposal from the applicant. It's not required to meet any sort of code or emergency response standard, anything like that. That if you chose to basically prohibit an emergency helicopter landing pad at the site, you could do that through your conditions.
But
of
it
approval.
wouldn't prohibit an emergency helicopter to land on the roadway or the parking lot or anything.
I am no expert on where helicopters can land, but I concur with your statement about what Commissioner Banks said, is that if they need to land a helicopter, they will land a helicopter. Yeah. I also heard that.
Okay. All right, that's all I have for right now.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank every member of the public that did call in, and I want to thank you all for making a very serious effort at being respectful of our process. It really helps us out, and all the input that we got is extremely valuable. Without specifically criticizing the individual, I just want everybody to understand what the framework is that we're working under here. None of our supervisors, nor any elected officer of any government in the United States that I know of, takes an oath to their citizens. Okay, we take an oath to the Constitution. And in the case of state officers, which our board are, we take an oath to the Constitutions of the United States and California. That means we uphold the law. We do what's right lawfully, not what necessarily any group of our citizens would like us to do. And that's the context of this hearing. So while I really do sympathize with the personal impacts that a project such as this is going to have on some people, okay, that's not the decision-making architecture that I have to operate in when I make my decisions. I don't minimize those, and I don't at all minimize my empathy for those impacts. But I just want you to understand that to the extent that they're not wrapped into law, and in most particular case, the CEQA law with respect to our approval of the EIR or not, whatever that ends up being, we have to make our decisions with respect to the law. The next thing I'd like to say is that there's two sides to every discussion. Sometimes there's more than that, but in this one there seems to be two pretty distinct sides. And it is ever thus with development projects. And I don't care whether they're in this county or they're in Los Angeles County. You've always got somebody that's opposing them and some proponent that wants to do them. And there are rights on both sides. And those are not always clearly distinguishable as to who should be given priority, obviously. Sometimes they're in the gray zone. I'll also tell you that in my 8 years, and I've talked to supervisors that predated me, and I have yet to find anyone that can remember a significant development project, and I hesitate to say that I'm perfect in my knowledge, so if I err, forgive me, but I don't remember any significant development project that has not had some significant opposition in the approval process in this county. There's always people that don't like it. We've got a project right now, not this one, but another one, that hasn't even come to our board's attention yet, other than through public outcry. It's a housing project in an area where there are other housing projects. And one of our biggest deficits in this county is housing, adequate housing. And it's going to be very strongly opposed. And they'll have all sorts of good ideas of alternate locations, and no matter where you put it, it would be strongly opposed. So while I hear the considerations or the concerns of the people in the local area of this project, I don't minimize those, but I have to put them in that context. We can't shut down development in this county. Land use. That land has been, for almost 30 years, has been zoned the way it is zoned. I have never heard until this process of any serious concern with that zoning, at least in the last decade, and I've been around listening in that, for sure, in that decade. And yet now, when someone wants to use that land in a manner in which the county has said, yes, this is the way it ought to be used, we have a hue and cry. Sometimes I think that if groups that oppose projects had had a little foresight and pooled their resources like they do when they object to, when it's time to object to the projects, and attempted to make some changes earlier on, that maybe the result would have been different. I don't know. But the bottom line is, we have a home or a property owner who wants to permit the property to be developed in a manner that the county said is a suitable manner for that property. So I have a difficult time getting my head wrapped around why we ought not to allow that. Let's talk about CEQA. And I want to thank John Buckley for a lot of things. John, I don't think you really know how much I appreciate you and what you've done for this county. I don't appreciate all of it. Obviously, we've been on the opposite side of some things. But I want to thank you for reminding us all that CEQA requires an adequate analysis of the project. And you used the words yourself, not perfect, but adequate. I know a lot of discussion has gone around the fact that we are rushing to judgment. On the one side, back to my two sides to every discussion, on the one side, for the people that oppose it, it looks like we're rushing to judgment. For the developer, he's been in this process for 3 years. One of the biggest criticisms I hear all the time is that you can't get anything done in this county. It takes too long, it costs too much. And how much better off could we be if it didn't take so long and cost so much to do some things in this county? And so, from his perspective, he's been in this process for 3 years. This is far from a rush to judgment. And in Supervisor Gray's words, if we were to kick the can, first of all, the incoming supervisors are going to have to be gotten up to speed on this. They may think they understand it, but they don't understand the nuances of CEQA. They don't understand the nuances of land use planning and all of that stuff. We're talking another 6 months delay minimum, okay? This board has been immersed in this project for at least the last 6 months. And our staff has been immersed in it for the 3 years that it's been ongoing. So, you know, I think that we're not rushing to judgment. We're trying to do the best that we can, albeit with a limited time frame. But again, when does it become too long and too onerous to get anything done in this county? So while I understand the opponent's concerns, I also understand the proponent's concerns. And so I think that it is right that we deal with this if we can today. And honestly, I believe, after looking at it, and I know that the opponents and CSERC and maybe the River Trust are not going to agree with me, but I believe our EIR does meet the adequacy. And it's not minimums, okay? We're not talking about minimum standards here. We're talking about adequacy. And thank you again, John, for that. So with that, I'll close my comments and pass it over to our chair.
So, thank you to my colleagues. I have been kind of reviewing my pages of notes here, and I don't want to be redundant, and the majority of questions and points have really been touched on. And looking through this, I think the one piece that we haven't talked about a whole lot that I did hear a few folks talk about were the forestry impacts and impacts to the surrounding natural beauty, if you will. And I would concur with some of the comments that have been made about, gosh, wouldn't it be nice if we closed the doors and told folks to stay home and we get to just enjoy the spectacular environment that we live in. But that really is not the case. In fact, we have federal partners that actively go out and solicit and advertise for the public to come and enjoy their public lands and to participate in recreation on their public lands. And as such, in the future, I don't think we're going to see a decline in visitors to Tuolumne County. I would argue that it's exactly the opposite. And so aside from all of the other comments that have been made, I think it is incumbent upon us to try and do it to provide opportunities where we can in a thoughtful, respectful way that really does try and incorporate some of those natural values, if you will. And so I think that's really the only piece that I would add to, is that I just really fundamentally think that as a board, we also have a responsibility to look at long-term trends, and I don't see the long-term trend changing with respect to the public wanting to visit and experience their public lands. And really, I think the majority of the other comments have been hit upon and addressed, and so I'm not going to belabor anything else at this time, and I would be looking to my colleagues to go ahead, Supervisor Gray.
We're here to do two things: approve the site development permit or disapprove it, certify or not certify the final EIR. Is that correct? And am I correct to say that our action first has to be on certification of this EIR?
That is correct. You wouldn't be able to approve the site development permit without first certifying the EIR.
Okay, so I'm going to move that we approve resolution to certify the final environmental impact report for site development permit SDP 18-003, adopt the CEQA findings and statement of overriding considerations, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan.
Second.
Supervisor Gray, does your motion?
Chairwoman,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Supervisor.
I have a question. I had a couple of conditions that I would like to discuss if
that be the next step?
Two things. One, Supervisor Gray, if you could clarify whether your motion includes the additional greenhouse gas mitigation measure that was presented to your board on Tuesday. That was on your screen. We've emailed it to you, and it's also been posted on our website. Second, to answer your question would be, If there are conditions of approval separate from your certification of the environmental impact report or separate from the CEQA process, those would come at the time of your discussion of the site development permit. So at this point, we're limited to the analysis of the EIR.
Okay, so I'll amend my motion to include.
I'll amend the second.
All right, so thank you for that. I've got a motion.
And I'll tell you what my conditions are, and you tell me
So
where
I
they fit.
think I heard already that
Let's get to the.
that's going to be in the second item that we have on our agenda. Is that correct, Ms.?
Well, I haven't heard Supervisor Campbell's suggestions. I could guide, staff could guide him, or in your board, unless you would like to hold those two.
Why don't we let Supervisor Campbell state what his conditions are, and then she can determine whether they fit the CEQA.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first, I'd like to have some kind of regime in place for ongoing testing of the wells. I'm just throwing out on a biannual basis, I think would be warranted. The other condition would be where possible and with coordination with adjacent property owners, increase the requirement for fire fuels reduction to 100 feet outside the property line of the project.
So, Madam Chair, if Supervisor Campbell's conditions, is the word he's used, if his suggestions are related to the adequacy of the environmental document, those should be discussed now. If those two suggestions or conditions, to use his word, are not related to the judgment of the adequacy of the EIR, your board can continue to certify the EIR should you choose to. Those two items could be discussed and added as a condition of approval to the ongoing operation of the project through the site development permit.
I think it might also be helpful to frame this question in whether these conditions are conditions that your board feels are necessary in the development context, or feels that these are really mitigation measures that would be necessary to mitigate significant impacts. And I would note that both with regard to water and with regard to the fuel reductions, thank you, Supervisor, that there were findings in the EIR that those impacts were less than significant.
So it doesn't mean that you
I'll say that these are not an attempt to resolve or mitigate significant impacts as outlined in the EIR. I'll use a term that I've heard Quincy use before. This is an attempt to wear suspenders and a belt.
Okay.
Where fire and water wells are concerned.
So it's
an extra layer of
sorry to interrupt you, Supervisor Campbell.
reassurance for the public.
So
and
it's
for
my
the project.
recommendation that those conditions be discussed as part of the site development permit.
Thank you. That would be, thank you. So with that, I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. Will you please do the roll call?
Supervisor Brennan?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor Gray?
Aye.
Supervisor Rotifer?
Aye.
Okay. Now, on to item 2. Supervisor Campbell, can you please restate what you are suggesting?
So the proposals before you are to establish ongoing monitoring of existing wells and on a biannual basis, and where possible and with coordination of adjacent property owners to include 100 feet of fire fuels reduction outside the property line of the project.
So can I ask a question with regards to the well monitoring? You're suggesting the monitoring wells that exist on the TRV project, or other well monitoring?
Yes, Terry. So the wells that, what I'm getting at is that while the well water was determined to be adequate at the time that the test was done, that could change in the future. And so if we're able to add a layer of safety where there can be some indication that there's a problem with the water system, with the wells being lower than what is required for the usage, we should do that. We should have some kind of early warning system in place that would give us an indication that that the water was not sufficient.
So I'm trying to sort this out. I'm going to go to Ms. Carrillo because I am concerned about unintended consequences from other uses. And I've heard through some of the testimony that there were other uses taking place, potentially other commercial uses. And so I'm concerned about this a little bit.
So I think one thing that might be helpful is staff has been thinking about some of these issues. So we have some draft language that Ms. Yaley is going to share with your board for consideration if you want to move forward with something regarding the wells being monitored. So give her just a moment and then she'll be able to share the screen. Because I mean, staff I don't think staff has a concern with wells being monitored on TerraV's own property, but that's where our recommendation would be to limit it and not to have it expand
beyond that.
Right.
Just to clarify, Ryan, were you requesting that it expand beyond TerraVive? Like the adjacent property owners, did you want well monitors for theirs as well, or is it just TerraVive?
Wherever the testing was done initially, that it should be continued. That's what I'm proposing.
So I can.
Okay, so that would not be property owners.
So let's let Ms. Yaley weigh into this for a minute.
So I can provide some information for your board for further discussion. And I've got a couple of experts here who can speak into this. As we discussed earlier, there are monitoring wells on the site, and we can have the, should you wish, the hydrologist come back in and explain what would that data give us. And I could coarsely say it's an early warning system. I'm going to have Rob Kosleby, our Director of Environmental Health, speak to what the monitoring that does occur through the state permit on a site like this, so that you can have at least a better understanding of what monitoring is already required to occur, and then discuss if there's any additional monitoring beyond the standards that you would like to have happen.
Well, hello. In regards to public water systems, these are regulated by the state of California, by the Water Resources Board, and there are specific requirements for each of these water systems. They have to have a water system operator. That water system operator takes samples. They look at the water chemistry, which will include heavy metals, which includes bacteriological samples, fecal coliform, and they also look at static levels of the water. So essentially, it was mentioned earlier today that a specialized device is dropped down into the well and the water level is measured. So when you start going through production, you can see if there's fluctuations in that production well. That happens already. That happens with all these commercial public water wells.
Does that happen on an annual basis or how
No,
often?
they're looking at it on a monthly basis and submitted on a monthly and quarterly. That's when they go through these water systems and submit the required documents to the state of California.
And just to be clear, this happens on production wells. And there was a question earlier that could monitoring wells turn into production wells? And if they were to turn into production wells at some point, additional permitting is needed, and then those wells do become monitored. But I believe what Supervisor Campbell's question is could we do, again, monitoring above what the state system requires?
Yeah, that's correct.
But I heard already that with what the state requires
is
is more than what we heard from the geologist earlier, if they go in with the sound, the,
Yep, so this, the depth testing essentially.
correct, the depth testing.
Yeah, and so that was work that was done during our water study, okay? Once they obtain a permit from the state, then the only wells that are monitored at that point are the production wells. So the other wells become ancillary. They're there, but they're not used to provide any data or inform any regulators at that point. And so the question is, should those wells be essentially brought into service, not for a production purpose, but for, as Supervisor Campbell suggested, a biannual, basically a data dump. We would pull data from those wells biannually.
Yeah, I guess I'm not clear what would be, the test wells exist. I mean, what would be the reason to not include them in the regular testing of the production wells?
I would amplify that question. If those have the potential to become production wells, I think I'd want to be. I mean, if I'm the property owner, I'd like to know what those, maybe not as frequently, maybe not on a monthly, quarterly basis, but as Supervisor Campbell said, maybe on an annual or biannual basis, just to check and make sure that if I needed them, that they were still, functioning okay.
But if I understand what Mr. Koslevy said, the state requirements are going to be, they're going to be checking that on a monthly basis.
Not the test wells.
Just the production wells.
So if the test wells are not adequate, then the option of the developer would be to go to the monitoring wells. Is that correct?
Yeah, and
So I guess I'm trying to figure out what advantage,
Yeah.
if the wells that are being used are being adequate all the time, then why would you go test the monitoring wells?
And I think to answer your question, Supervisor Gray, as Supervisor Ryan Campbell stated, which is not my analogy, but is a belt and suspenders as an early warning system. I do know that the applicant is here, and maybe it was asserted that they might have an interest in monitoring their wells over time. Maybe they could, if you want, could have them speak to that.
Yes.
Mr. Bissell?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Chris is still on, and he could help better explain it. But we had a conversation, and as I understand it, there is some benefit to the neighbors that it would be beneficial for us to place some kind of monitoring in our monitoring wells. That's what they were. That's one of the reasons that they were created, and so we have no objection whatsoever on monitoring our monitoring wells, which would help identify any significant drawdown.
Good answer.
Yeah, okay. And so do you have language?
I have some language I can share with you. There's just one other item I'd like to address with in response to Supervisor Campbell's to additional off-site fire clearance.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly there are a lot of measures in the study that do require on-site clearing. When we start talking about off-site, of course, the first thing is that we would need off-site property owner concurrence, and that would be, the county would not be party to that, any of those agreements. So that I would want to be clear on that. The second thing is fire clearance is determined not just on a linear 100-foot distance. There's topography, there's other geology, there's other vegetation items that are taken into consideration to my concern is that if it's 100 feet and at 20 feet, there's a huge drop off into the river canyon or something like that, then we complicate the enforcement of this condition. So I might suggest that if you were so inclined, that the condition, require off-site fire clearance with willing adjacent property owners, but that's done in consultation with Forest Service and local fire safety councils, experts who understand more so than I may be able to provide to you at this table about what is the appropriate distance and type of clearances that should occur. And yes, I can put language on the screen as for both those items.
I also would think that there will be, since it's not going to be the county's not going to be a party to that, I understand that correctly, that it's going to be a Terra V individual property owner issue, and there's going to be some liability associated with that, especially if Terra V's got some contractors or whatever that's doing work on a property owner. What if a tree falls on a house? Okay, and that's going to have to be sorted out between the two parties involved in that.
And I thought I read somewhere where maybe it was a comment that actually they had greater than 100 feet of vegetation management on, I guess it would be the East William property lines, if you would, that butt up against some of the other private property. So I thought I read that they were already exceeding the 100 feet.
This is an excerpt from mitigation measure WF2, and yes, there are certain areas on the property where there is a significant distance for defensible space to be maintained over and above what Public Resource Code 4290 does. Although it's it varies depending on the distance between the improvement and the boundary to the property.
Okay.
Right, and that's talking about the improved section of the property and not the actual areas adjacent to the property line, which is what I'm advocating.
Yes, the mitigation measure related to wildfire 2, is on the property. It is the only area within the project site. It does not compel them to or require them to do any off-site vegetation management on property that is not under their ownership.
And the other question that I would have on that too is that an initial effort, or is that an ongoing effort on the fire clearing? Because yeah, if it's ongoing, that's a lot different than if they do the initial clearing, because typically fire clearing on your property is an individual property owner's responsibility. I'm responsible for clearing it on my property. I can understand the initial clearing, but once that, because that may be an unintended consequence of the development, but the ongoing maintenance of their property, I'd have a hard time agreeing that Terra V ought to have to continue to keep that on an annual basis. And the other thing,
it's not intended to be a gift to neighboring property owners. It's intended to be a buffer to ensure the safety of the guests of the hotel and also the people that live out there.
okay, I might be persuaded. The other comment I have is the excerpts that you put on the screen a minute ago. The first sentence and the first one is jumbled a little bit. It doesn't make sense.
Thanks.
So are you bringing that up? Thank you.
I'm happy to wordsmith this.
And I would just say, jumping back really quickly to the well monitoring, I kind of threw biannual basis out there. If there is some standard by which the production wells are monitored, I would just add the test wells into that regiment, would be my preference.
Again, the project proponents, I think, have suggested that they would be the monitoring of the test wells. And I am looking maybe to Rob for some guidance on this, if those test wells were done on a yearly basis. Or, I mean, do they need to be done on a quarterly basis, or to the same, you're looking for.
The same basis as the production one?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think that would clarify it all.
Yeah.
It varies, but I can read it. I'm just pulling up the actual regs for you.
Can I, and while you're doing that, I want to go to the second piece where it says the property shall complete and maintain off-site fire clearance with willing adjacent property owners. If they have the fire clearance on their property, again, when we look at the idea is to have it in totality. And so whether they have 100 feet on theirs or 50 feet on theirs and 50 feet on the Forest Service, I mean, I understand wanting the clearance. But when we say, again, I'm trying to not make them responsible for what other private property owners should be doing on their property, if they are meeting the standard on their own property. So in other words, if they have areas where they're already doing a fire clearance, that's 200 feet, I am reluctant to ask them to do another 100 feet on the other side of the property line.
I don't think we should be having them do off-site clearance. They
I
should
don't either.
Be maintaining their own clearance on their property.
That meets the fire standards. I'm somewhat in agreement with that.
Now, isn't that already in the documents where they have to maintain?
Yes, it's in the,
Yes.
it's a part of the environmental impact report.
Right.
And those, the removal of fuels from the site was analyzed in the EIR as well.
So it's already there.
Yeah, that's my understanding also, that we're already meeting that. Okay. Rob?
Sure. As I stated a few minutes ago, there's different timeframes for different types of testing. You have monthly testing for some components of a water system, then you have quarterly. So these are all for the public water systems, and for the monthly, according to the water board's requirement, all water systems are required to report results of coliform monitoring monthly by the 10th day of the following month. A revised monthly summary form and instructions are available. And then there's other requirements for different types of monitoring that's required, and each of those are dictated by another code section, and such as I mentioned, heavy metals, hexavalent chromium. Those are all part of the analysis that the water board is looking for, and that's going to be for the life of the well, for that production for each well that's in operation. And if you're referring, there's been mentions about the monitoring wells that are actually located on the property. Those can be turned into production wells as long as the state of California allows them to become a production well and the appropriate criteria has been met, which is going to be including all of the testing that I've already previously mentioned.
So can we simply say that the monitoring wells should be monitored at the same level as the production wells? Is that? It would
Yeah,
seem
that was kind of where I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Is that
well,
if the
let's get
monitoring wells are being held in reserve as potential production wells in the future, they should be monitored as such, so that there's some indication that if the primary production wells do encounter problems, that those other wells are available.
And we've got an agreement that the developer will do that. So if we put that in a condition like that, we're fine.
Yeah, I went ahead and made a revision. It's a little redundant, forgive me, but that they'll monitor those wells in a manner similar to the production wells and provide that data to the state.
Okay. So we have two additional conditions here. And I mentioned earlier that there's been so many people having issues with the helipad. I would like to see that helipad just eliminated. And I don't know how to word that or where we put that in, but so I'm looking for you for some help.
Sure, and I would just advise the board that while you could condition the project to eliminate the helipad, as we've stated, a helicopter could still be called to the site if needed and could land anywhere else. Certainly having a helipad makes it a little bit safer for that helicopter to land. And also, it's really only coming in an emergency. That's when the helicopter is coming. And we did receive a lot of feedback about concerns regarding emergency response. And so I would ask your board to consider that impact of removing a helipad. While yes, it would not negate the ability for the helicopter to come, it's put in there for a reason that we've explained.
Okay, I would leave that up to my fellow board members to advise me how they feel on it, because I can go either way with this.
Okay, I think
I'm actually okay with the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Carl.
I can tell you from operational experience, the helipad. Yes, you can land a helicopter, not anywhere, but in a lot of places. Yes, you can land it in the parking lot, but you got to get the cars out of the parking lot before you can land a helicopter there. In a true emergency situation, it's nice to have a dedicated pad. And I think that the benefit that pad gives, not just to the hotel operations, but also to all the neighbors that are against this project, if they have a life-threatening medical situation or whatever, getting a helicopter in there in a very safe and controlled manner, I think is a huge benefit. So I would not want to pull the helicopter pad out of the project. I think it's one of the really huge benefits that it gives.
Okay, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I'll agree with Supervisor Redifer there. I think about asking an air ambulance or someone from Air Attack landing a helicopter on the street there. If they struck a tree or if there was some horrible accident, we have the opportunity to have a proper landing zone here. I wouldn't feel good about that. And so I understand a concern. We don't want people flying their private helicopters in there just to have a little weekend getaway. And I feel sufficiently reassured if that were ever to occur, there would be consequences through the state, through the FAA. So and I assume a lot of the homeowners will be watching, and if they see a fancy private helicopter land out there, they'll probably be making some phone calls. So if there's a possibility to increase the safety of our first responders that might be landing in that helipad, I would support it.
And then I'm going to renege a little bit on the fire clearance. I'm with Supervisor Gray. Fire clearance is a homeowner or a property owner's responsibility, and I think that the project ought to do the clearance on their property. If they are so inclined to help their neighbors, that's up to them. But I think that fire clearance is the responsibility of the property owner. So I'm not inclined to vote for Supervisor Campbell's second condition, but I am inclined to vote for the first one.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Supervisor Gray, can I just want to make sure I really am being clear that the monitoring wells, what we want, the goal of, actually this, you, because your motion and maybe and Supervisor Campbell, sorry, is to monitor the groundwater levels. That's what we want.
Yes.
That's what your inclination is.
Not the water quality.
Thank you.
That has to be done on the production wells, but just the level of the water, as Rob explained it and the consultant explained it.
Thank you.
So
I have a quick question about the helipad. Is there a helipad at under canvas? Is there one proposed for there as well?
No, there's no helipad proposed at under canvas.
Okay. I thought I heard there was, but yeah, I had the same issues as Ryan. If private choppers coming in, absolutely not. But I think Rutherford brought up a really good point about even if the homeowners up there needed emergency services, it could serve them as well. So my mind's been changed on that. I'm okay with the helipad. The fire thing, I believe homes already require 100-foot clearance. So I disagree with that, but I appreciate it being brought up. And then I don't have a condition quite, but I do have a question for John Bisbee real quick. I don't know if it was going to require a condition. I don't think it will, but like I said earlier, a lot of these people bought homes. None of this was on Parks and Recs before. We all know it's changed. So, we're dealt with. We're here, and there's development. There's going to be development. My question to John Biscuit is, when you guys are done building this project, this Terraview Lodge, and when you're complete, have you thought at all about some of the property owners about maybe, some screening with trees or bushes or anything just to kind of take, the out of sight, out of mind place for the nearby property owners? It's not your right to. You don't have to do it. But have you guys had any discussion about maybe how you might be able to mitigate some of that when this is complete?
Thank you, Supervisor Kirk, for the question. It's my understanding that our ultimate landscape plan would address the screening issue from the adjacent landowners and the general public, for that matter, along 120 and Sawmill Mountain Road. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. I'm not really concerned at all about 120. I mean, you guys have already moved your whole site up towards that road, so I get that. I guess there's basically two homes when I was up there. There's Mary Beth and then one other gentleman. I'm just thinking, when it's all said and done, do you guys have any meeting with them and looking at the site, put any trees up to kind of do some buffer or screening just to kind of maybe mitigate that a little bit? Has that thought maybe gone?
That has not been contemplated, but I think I can speak for our group that we would certainly be amenable to talking with the folks that adjoin our southern property line, and add additional, additional vegetation to help with that screening.
Okay. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to make a condition. I would appreciate it because again, it's your property rights. I just think as a good neighbor, I have a neighbor right here who I love, but I'm going to be planting a bunch of trees because I don't necessarily want to look at their garage all day. So maybe just in good faith, you guys can maybe follow up with that.
So Supervisor Kirk, I appreciate that conversation, but we really want to keep us focused on what this item is, what the objective is here. And
yeah, thank you for interrupting me. Again, that's why I didn't want to make a condition. I just wanted to have a conversation.
all right. So I,
I'd be prepared to make a motion, but I'm going to need some help on the potential other conditions. I would move that we adopt resolution to certify, I move that we approve the site development permit SDP 18-003 to allow a lodging development that includes guest rooms, detached cabins, employee housing, and market, event space, and other support buildings. The project site is 64.04 acres and is zoned CK, commercial recreation, and O, open space by the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Now, where do I go from there?
So it's currently subject to conditions 1 through 79.
Okay.
And on your screen and the various screens here, I've got 2 potential conditions that I heard your board discuss. Potential condition number 80 and potential condition number 81.
Okay, and I would include, my motion would be to include conditions 1 through 80.
Second.
okay.
And just to verify, that includes the greenhouse gas mitigation.
Supervisor Campbell, thank you for the question. We included that mitigation measure at the certification of the EIR. So yes, that is included in your motions today.
Okay. So I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. Ms. Ryan, will you please do the roll call vote?
Supervisor Brennan?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor Gray?
Aye.
Supervisor Rotifer?
And the last one, for the last time, aye.
I want to again thank everyone who participated in this process. Thank you, supervisors, for this thoughtful conversation. And with that, for the last time, this meeting is adjourned.